Vara, and he takes a ball and a strike. It is 1-1. Central drew first blood last night, and they are the preseason favorites. 1-2 the count from Braxton Kelly to Garrett Navarra. Next one coming. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. Went off speed for strikeout number 12 for Braxton Kelly, and a good start. Here's Mario Camilletti. Camilletti, a .220 hitter. No home runs, 9 runs batted in. Camilletti last night was in the leadoff spot. He went 0 for 2 with a run scored. He walked twice. Struck out once. Camilletti had a hard-earned walk when the Chippewas were trying to fire back a comeback. Kelly pours in a strike. It's 0-1. Ohio in the green tops, white pants, arched Ohio in black, trimmed in white. 0-1, popped up foul, headed towards Pruitt Field, third base side. Black caps, green bill, italicized O on the cap for Ohio. Central in really nice maroon tops, gray pants. 0-2, that missed, it's 1-2. Central wearing the almost neonish gold hats. If they played at night with those hats and the lights went out, you'd still see them. 1-2, fly ball left. Very playable, shallow left. Coming in, Fabic, and he makes the head-high squeeze for out number 2. And a good start. Here's Jacob Marcy. Right fielder for the Chippewas. It's .274. No homers and 11 runs batted in. Marcy 0 for 4 last night, so he drew the collar size 4, and he struck out twice. Kelly out of Ulysses, Kentucky, and that is a tiny little town in eastern Kentucky. Bunt put down towards third. Hafner circles it, gloves, throws to first. High throw, but a snap tag down by Casper Bauer for the out, and that was a really nice play. That was midway up the third base line. Nice play by Hafner. The snap tag down at first, and that's a 1-2-3 rack. The Chippewas went down in order 5 times last night, and they go in order here in the top of the first. Nothing for CMU. Ohio coming up. This is Bobcat Baseball on AM 1340 WOUB. Ohio grabs the clubs, ready to go against a pretty good redshirt freshman, Andrew Taylor, 6'5", 190, out of Alto, Michigan. Redshirt freshman, right-hander, 5th start, 6 walks, 39 strikeouts. He's 3-1 with a 1.11 ERA. You can make a wish on that. He struck out 11 Mountaineers on March 13th. He struck out 14 Flyers last weekend. Dayton got him for 2 runs. He's given up just 3 runs this year. Isaiah Peterson to lead it off. Nothing for the Chippewas. Bobcats at the plate. And the first one skitters past the catcher Dardis and Peterson. Back to the backstop, and it is 1-0. Peterson, a .370 hitter with a homer and 5 runs batted in. One of the league's top hitters. Takes a strike. It is 1-1. Last night, Peterson went 1 for 5, struck out 3 times. Exhale from the wind. Here comes Taylor. This is popped up foul, third base side out of play. Ohio had 2 home runs last night. Whitworth, Dukes, and Harbert. Central's run scored in the first inning. 1-2. Pops in but high. Looks like Taylor can rush it up there pretty good. 2-2. Peterson, left-handed batter, 2 white batting gloves. Very easy at the plate. 2-2, swing and a miss. Kind of handcuffed him. So strikeout number 40 on the season for Andrew Taylor. Here's Michael Richardson. Richardson hits .344, no homers and 5 runs batted in. Ohio's second baseman, right-handed hitter, wears 8. Last night he went 1 for 4 with a run scored. And the first one to him, swing and a miss. Letter high, maybe not the big-time heat of the fastball, but still got up there. Hitting room in left center in the pitch. That's outside, 1-1. Saw the Chippewa bus by their hotel. They're staying just at the OU Inn. 1-1. There's a strike. It's 1-2. Always thought buses are great traveling advertisements for a school and an athletic department. When I was a little kid, I'd always loved to see the buses of the teams that were heading this way and that. 1-2 the count, 1 gone, and the pitch misses outside to Richardson. It's 2-2. It is by car, I don't know, 6.5 hours up to the happiest mount in mid-Michigan. 2-2, strike 3 called. Middle of the plate, must have had some late movement. Richardson goes down on strikes. That's back-to-back Ks. I'm telling you, Taylor's good. He struck out 11 Mountaineers. That's a West Virginia program that's now ranked a lot, and they were when they played him. Here's Spencer Harbert. First one sweeps in with the slider. It's a strike on the outside edge. It's 0-1. 2 gone, bottom of the first. Scoreless game, Ohio and Central Michigan. Shaping up maybe to be a pitcher's duel. Next one just missed as Dardis set up with his right leg extended behind the left-handed batter's box, but he couldn't frame it up. Count level at a ball and a strike. Taylor works quickly, which is good on a doubleheader day. Fastball splits the plate. I think Harbert thought it was low. 1-2. His homer last night was over the boards in right center field. Went 2 for 4 with a solo shot, struck out once. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Breaking ball and a beaut from Taylor, and that's 3 Ks to start off the Cats' day at the plate. Taylor now has 42 strikeouts on the year. Both teams go down in order in the first. 7-inning ball game, remember. It's going to get late quick. We're scoreless at the end. This is Bobcat Baseball on AM 1340 WEB. Brand, scoreless game. We go to the second, supported by Larry's Doghouse, serving hot dogs, burgers, milkshakes since 1972. First pitch is popped up foul by the Bobcat dugout and out of play from Zach Gillis. Central's .426 hitting Chippewa. No home runs and 16 runs batted in. Braxton Kelly back on the bump. He got a win against CMU back in 2019. Inning of relief. Did have a win and a save that year, the win over CMU. Pitch misses outside. Count level to ball and a strike. Gillis last night 0 for 4 with a strikeout. What are the chances that a .426 hitter after a 0 for 4 game the night prior will struggle today? I would say not great, but it's baseball. Kelly to Gillis, right to left, bunt put down foul. Count level at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Gillis pounds on his chest. I don't know him. I just know his stats and know his plate approach. And just the way he's communicating with his crew, he's probably an accountable, on-time and on-target teammate. Gillis takes one high and inside. That buzzed his tower. Counts run full now. It's one thing to have that kind of an average, but it's another thing entirely to be an awesome teammate. 3-2 line drive, center field, base hit. Told you. I don't want to be I told you so guy, but Gillis went 0 for 4 last night. He's a .426 hitter, and on a payoff pitch, he ripped it back through the box. No hitter today, at least from the Bobcat perspective. Here is Drew Lechner. .281 hitter, no home runs, and 9 runs batted in. Lechner with that bright gold 4 on that maroon jersey top. Left-handed bat. Gillis with a decent lead at first. And here it is from Kelly. It's outside. It's 1-0. Drew Lechner last night was a pinch hitter and he struck out. Zach Lechner in the starting lineup yesterday, and he went 1 for 4. That was an RBI single in the first. Kelly from the stretch. Here it is. Called a strike on the inside edge. That handcuffed him. Count level to ball and a strike. Ulysses, Kentucky is in eastern Kentucky. And it is a tiny unincorporated town. Probably a beautiful place. Northeast of Paintsville. And obviously south of Huntington, but there's Louisa, Kentucky down there, and I'm sure it is absolutely beautiful. That's where Braxton Kelly's from. 1-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. Late movement. 1-2. Kelly went to Johnson Central High School. .96 ERA coming in. This is his first start, his third appearance. 1-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Exact same pitch and pretty much the same result. That's 2 Ks for Kelly. Runner at first, 1 gone. Top of 2, scoreless game. Here's Justin Simpson. Central shortstop wears 10, .342 hitter. No homers and 8 runs batted in. Simpson last night was a defensive replacement. And in there now. Pant legs pulled up to his knees. Another left-handed batter. Central must lead the league in left-handed batters. Pop-up foul, third base side out of play. Seven-inning contest, remember. This is how it used to be. With a 4-game series, you'd have a doubleheader on Saturday. Some leagues had a 7 and a 9. It'll be 2 7s this year. 0-1 bunt, defensive bunt, fouled off to the Bobcat dugout. A nice play in there. 0-2. Had beautiful sunshine earlier. Overcast now, rain coming tomorrow. Throw over, chases Gillis back. The 0-2, fouled back again. Kelly's really trying to work inside, and that was fisted back. Give you max scores as we go along. Get back into the flow here of thinking about baseball. Runner at first in the 0-2. Misses inside and actually hit him. Might have been on the shoot top, and Simpson sprints down to first. Gillis to second. That is a active central dugout. Here's Zach Hickey. 229 hitter, no homers, 6 runs batted in. Central's first baseman. He played at third yesterday. 0 for 2 with a walk and a strikeout. Hickey, their 7-hole hitter. So 2 aboard here and 1 gone. Kelly lost the handle on that to another left-handed batter. It's 1-0. Double play would be nice. Ohio turned one of them yesterday. They don't have a lot this year. They have 6. Big swing and a miss through a breaking ball. It's 1-1. Yesterday in the MAC, Dayton clubbed Kent State 14-2. That was the same Dayton crew that the Chippewas beat 3 of 4 last weekend. Ball State 7, Toledo 6. The Rockets have just 3 wins. Miami 4, Northern 3. That was in Oxford. And Akron wins over BG 6-3. 1-1. Bunt put down, left of the mound. Kelly down to scoop it up. Strong throw to first is late. Bases loaded. And actually, if it was on target, it would have been late anyway. So an infield single on a bunt. The Chippewas have the bases loaded here. Gillis to third. Simpson to second. Hickey to first. So now it's Colton Coca. Where's 26? Third baseman, 2 for 15. He has 2 runs batted in, but he's got an opportunity here. Bases loaded, 1 gone. Top of the second, scoreless game. Kelly needs a double play. From the stretch, here it is. Line drive, left field, down, base hit. Fabic over to take it, scores 2. 2-0 Central Michigan on an RBI single, scalded to left by Colton Coca. Gillis scores, Simpson scores, Hickey to second. 2-0 CMU, and for the second time in 2 days, they play from in front. Welcome to the lineup, Colton Coca. 3 for 16 now. Here's Nick Dardis, the catcher. He's 2 for 15. Has 3 runs batted in. Dardis caught last night. He was 0 for 1. So first and second, the runners. Top of the second continues with the 2 spot for CMU. Preseason favorites. And they have the approach of that today. Right on right here. Finally a right-handed batter, and there's a pitch high. Actually, back-to-back right-handed batters, Coca was. Dardis takes one high. It's 1-0. Already in the MAC, Bowling Green leads Akron 4-0. That's in the Rubber City. That's in the top of the 5th. Doubleheaders everywhere today. 1-0, low and in. 2-0 to Dardis. Ball State 2, Toledo 1, bottom of the 5th inning in Muncie. Eastern and Western Michigan underway, top of the 1st at the Bob in Kalamazoo. Northern and Miami underway. Next one's popped up, back at home and well out of play. 2-1 to count. Kent State 1, Dayton 0, top of the 1st inning. So there will be a non-conference series each weekend with conference sets for everybody else. 2-1. Bends his knees, and it's in there for a strike to Dardis, the 9-hole hitter. Two and two the count, one gone. That was a strikeout of Lechner. 3 singles, a hit batter, and a strikeout. The 2-2 with one gone. Line drive, center field, hit well. Peterson back. He's there, and he makes the catch with a little half tilt back to the wall. Fires it back in. Hickey will take third. Runners on the corners here with now 2 away. Back to Garrett Navarra at the top of the lineup, their DH. If Kelly could get out of this with giving up just 2 runs, that'll be all right. Remember, this is a Bobcat offense that scored 5 last night, and Ohio is 3rd in the league in hitting. Problem is they're going up against a K artist in Taylor. Navarra, left-handed hitter. Kelly straightens up from the stretch. Black mitt and fires it in. This is popped up. Very playable. Shallow center. Easy in for Peterson. Makes the head-high squeeze, and there's the inning. So it's just 2. Could have been worse. Kelly limits the damage to 2 RBI single by Colton Coca, the Chippewas strand 2 after picking up 3 hits. 2-0 CMU. We go to the bottom of the second from Bob Wrenn Stadium in Athens. This is Bobcat Baseball on AM 1340 WOUB. I like that bump. Oh, yeah. Dance to that a little bit on a Saturday in Southeast Ohio. Rolled to the ballpark today, listening to the Motown channel on Sirius. Ah, yeah. Feel that flow, baby. Doubleheader on, bottom of the second. Ohio down 2-0. And will Andrew Taylor strike everyone out? That's the question. That would be a record. Here's Harry Whitworth-Dukes. Ohio's DH, .333 hitter, a home run and 4 runs batted in. Has a good presence at the plate, and he takes a strike from Taylor. It is 0-1. Whitworth-Dukes, that is a dignified name. 2 for 3 yesterday. He homered, and he sends one on the ground to short. Easy for Simpson. Strong throw to first in time to get Whitworth-Dukes by a couple of steps. So he won't strike everyone out today. That's a ground out. Here's Sebastian Fabik. Bobcat Baseball on the radio supported by GoMart. 8 locations in Southeast Ohio. Online at GoMart.com. They were a big part of our NCAA tournament coverage for you. Hopefully you enjoyed that. Here it is to Fabik. Takes one low and away. It's 1-0. Fabik, a .300 hitter now. No homers and 3 runs batted in. Last night, Fabik in the 5-hole went 0 for 1 with 2 walks. So he had some good plate appearances last night. 1-1 the count. Fabik, Ohio's left fielder, wears 34 like Walter Payton. 1-1, drops low, 2-1. Yeah. Fabic's made some sweetness-like plays in the outfield. He's a highlight machine. On the defensive end, bat coming around, 300 hitter, fouls it back to the screen. It's 2-2. One gone, bottom of the second, 2-0 CMU. On a 2 RBI single by their 8-hole hitter, who is 2 for 15 coming into the ballgame, which means you just never know. Fabic waits in the pitch, spoils it, fouled it off. Down the line and right, giving chases Marcy and Hickey, but they see that land on the hill. Standings via the conference site, not updated after last night, but Miami, Ball State up at the top of the league. Early, weekend 2 of MAC play, weekend 1 for Central. Swing and a miss. Heat in there past Fabic, strikeout 4 for Andrew Taylor. Here's Trevor Hafner. This kid's a redshirt freshman. Wow. Andrew Taylor. Already impressive with what he's done this year. He struck out 11 at West Virginia, yeah. Big swing and a miss past Hafner. It's 0-1. 276 hitter with a homer and 4 runs batted in. Hafner last night went 1 for 3. 0-1. Right in there again with a hard one from Taylor. 2 gone, bases clear, bottom 2, 2-0 CMU. Hafner waits, and here it is. Took something off a fastball. It was chin high. It's 1-2. Hafner wears 1 in black on the back of the green uniform. Very bright white spikes. Must have polished those up. 1-2 pitch. Instead, he steps out of the box. Bright white batting gloves, black bat. Taylor exhales and brings it home on 1-2. Just missed outside. He walked to the dugout a couple of steps. He thought he got it. Looked pretty good from this perspective as well, but 2's aplenty now. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Hitting room in left center. Gillis a couple of steps towards right. 2-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Got what he wanted anyway, just a pitch later. He's got, it's tough to tell pitches anymore, but that had a real slider tilt to it for strikeout number 5. Wow. That's 44 on his season. This is his 5th start. Andrew Taylor baffling the Bobcat bats early. 2-0 CMU. We go to the 3rd in this 7-inning game. This is Bobcat Baseball on AM 1340 WEB. County locations, 2 in Athens, 1 in Nelsonville, 1 in the Plains. And they bring us back to the top of the 3rd inning with Ohio trailing 2-0. Braxton Kelly back out there. And back to the 2-man in the order. And Mario Camilletti. Camilletti flew out in the first. Central had 7 at the plate in the second. Next one misses. 2-1 the count, says the scoreboard. Camilletti waits, and here it is from Braxton Kelly. Outside. 3-1. 7-inning contest. Brad Walker will have the play-by-play of Game 2 today and tomorrow's final game of the series. 3-1. High, ball 4. So an inauspicious start to the inning for Braxton Kelly. Hit a batter last inning. That's his 4th walk. For the Kentucky Cat, here's Jacob Marcy. Right fielder, 274 hitter, grounded out in the first inning. Marcy, the 3-hole hitter. Hafner in at third, holding the runner on at first is Casper Bauer. Breaking ball drops low. It's 1-0. Next one to Marcy, spins him out of the way. 2-0 the count. Central started their year in Corpus Christi and lost 3 to the Islanders of Texas A&M Corpus Christi out of the Southland Conference. Lost 4-3, 5-1, 6-3. They had a series with Bellarmine in Louisville canceled. Next one's a strike. It's 2-1. Bellarmine, new D1, going to the Atlantic Sun. Their basketball team was in the CBI, and that was a thing this year. In Daytona, Pepperdine won it. They were my pick pre-tournament. 2-1 drops low. It's 3-1. They got a really good point guard in Colby Ross. Anyway, non-con loss at Richmond against VCU. Lost 12-11. And then they've reeled off wins since. This is bounced foul to the right of the Chippewa dugout. 3-2 the count. Runner at first. Nobody gone. Top of 3. 2-0 CMU. They beat William and Mary twice. They beat Richmond. Then took 2 of 3 from WVU. Called strike 3. Took something off a fastball, and Marcy didn't like the call very much. And that's strikeout number 3. Here's Zach Gillis. Singled and scored in the second. 1 gone, runner at first. Top of 3, 2-0 CMU. Beat WVU 5-3, 12-4, lost 8-7. The final game of that series. And that was in 10 innings. WVU scored 2 in the 10th. Pop-up down the line and left, foul ground, 3 cats over, and the left fielder, Fabic, makes the catch. For out number 2, back to first goes Camilletti. Fabic lost his cap. Yeah, Central took the lead in that game on the 13th of this month with a run in the 10th. CMU was on top 5-1 in that contest. And West Virginia came back, then ranked 23rd in the country. Here's Drew Lechner. 2 gone, runner at first in the pitch. The lefty checks up the swing, throw to first, and back in time at a slide is Camilletti. He had a leadoff walk. Ball State had a win over Kentucky. Memory serves, somebody knocked off Mississippi State, too. I'd have to look back up who that was, but I thought there was a non-con win for the MAC over the Bulldogs. There's a strike. 1-1. 2 gone here, top of 3. Runner at first, 2-0 CMU. And the pitch. Hopped away towards the screen. Taking second is Camilletti. That was in the turf, and it just seemed to hit the pad or the glove of Picnic, and it hopped away. Either way, wild pitch or pass ball, it moves the runner into scoring position. Mississippi State. Yep, it was Kent State. Beat him twice. I'm sorry, beat him once. That was a 9-5 win in Starkville on the 6th of the month. Their fans weren't happy at all. Lechner waits, and the pitch. Called a strike in the outside edge. Change up. Count level at 2 balls and 2 strikes with 2 gone here in the top of the 3rd. Leadoff walk. Hopefully it doesn't come back to burn Braxton and the Bobs. Lechner struck out in the 2nd. Hits here now in the 3rd. 2-2 pitch coming from Braxton Kelly. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Swung through a breaking ball, and he got him. Goes down for the 2nd time. That's strikeout number 4 on the day for BK. And the Cats turned the chips away in the 3rd. Leadoff walk doesn't matter. He's stranded at 2nd. 2-0 CMU as we go to the bottom of the 3rd. Thanks for settling in on this doubleheader Saturday. This is Bobcat Baseball on AM 1340 WEB. Jason Chapino's running the live stream here at Bob Wren Stadium. I'm Russ Eisenstein. Thanks for making Bobcat Baseball part of your Saturday. We go to the bottom of the 3rd inning. Central Michigan 2, Ohio nothing. 2 spot in their 2nd inning. Colin Kasperbauer, Tanner Picnic, and Joe Weisenseal scheduled for the Cats. A multi-syllabatic bottom of the order here for the Cats. 7, 8, and 9. And the first one from Taylor drops low. It is 1-0. Kasperbauer, 5 for 32 this year. No homers and 2 runs batted in. Loads up and takes a strike. It is 1-1. There is hitting room in right center for him. He's a left-handed hitter. Kasperbauer with a reddish-black bat. Calls time. Doesn't leave the box, but he stands in there. Here it is from Taylor. Fouled at the plate. So Taylor has struck out 5, 3 in the first inning, 2 last inning. Bobcats looking for their first hit. Gets late early in a 7-inning contest. Taylor exhales and brings it home. Bouncing ball to short, easy for Simpson. Bobbled the ball, picked it up, throws to first late. That was just a pure-on bobble. And he gives a little bit of a head nod, probably displeased with himself. He's 6. Here's Tanner Picnic. So Ohio has a base runner for the first time today. Picnic, a 4 for 24 hitter. No homers and 12 runs batted in. Throw to first. Chases Casper Bauer back. So we'll see Taylor from the stretch for the first time today. Bobcats down 2-0, bottom of 3. There's a lot of room on the right side of the infield. And the first one drops low and outside. It's 1-0. Second baseman Camilletti is very close to the bag. Back of the bag at second. Hickey holds the runner on at first. Right on right, and Picnic takes a breaking ball strike. It's 1-1. Taylor really just kind of flips it in there. Overcast here at the ballpark. There was bright sunshine earlier. Rain expected tomorrow. 1-1, low and away. Saved by Dardis. 2-1. Both teams on the top steps of the dugouts. Central first base side. Cats third base side. No railings here. It's just wide open. 2-1. Framed up nicely by Dardis. Strike in the outside edge. It is 2-2. Taylor's catcher got him a strike. Two and two the count on the 8-hole hitting Picnic. Fastball low, 3-2. Weissenseal on deck for Ohio. Wonder how many chances you'll get against Taylor. Picnic waits. Dardis sets up over the heart of the dish. Instead, a throw to first. Boxed by Hickey. Two and two the count. Nobody gone here in the third. Ohio scored a run in the third last night. Added another insurance tally in the seventh. Swing and a miss. Strike three. He blew it past Picnic on the outer third. That is 6 strikeouts. Wow. Here's Joe Weissenseal. Went 1 for 4 last night. Brought in a run last night. Hits here now with a runner at first and 1 gone in the third. And the pitch. Popped the mid of Dardis but was outside. 1-0. If you're wondering, it's Dardis, D-A-R-D-A-S. Not spelled the same way as Jordan Dardis, Bobcat 3-point king. So no relation. 2-0 the count. Weissenseal hits 220. Slightly open stance, right-handed box, and the pitch. Fouled over the screen, back a home and out of play. 2-1. One gone in the frame. Weissenseal up in the count. 2-1. Line drive, center field, in there for a base hit. Up to take it, Gillis. Hot footing it around second and cruising into third. Didn't need to slide, did Casper Bauer, but he did without a play. Weissenseal on a single to center. Runners on the corners here for Isaiah Peterson. Peterson struck out in the first. That was a good at-bat from Weissenseal. He was up in the count, took advantage of it, roped it into center. So now you've got a 370 hitter at the plate. Has 5 runs batted in. It's got 2 of them out there, maybe 3 for him. And the pitch popped up. Foul, third base side, out of play. It's 0-1. Peterson with a guard on his right shin, left-handed batter. Took a long look at that bat, now into the box. Taylor, his first stress today. The 0-1 offering. Low. I guess it's 1-1. Taylor with 6 strikeouts, 45 on his season now. Central with 8 wins, Ohio with 8 wins. This is game 2 for the Chippewas and MAC play. Bobcats trying to get to 3-3 through 6 conference games. 1-1 pitch. Fly ball hit a ton to right, and that baby is out of here. Gone. Isaiah Peterson with a laser over the wall and right. The only question was, would it be high enough? And it was, and that's a 3-run Bobcat blast. And Ohio climbs on top. It's 3-2. That was to the right of the NCAA year markers on the boards. And to the left of the 340 marker, Marcy gave a look. The only question was, would it be high enough? But that was scalded. Home run 2 on the year for Peterson. RBIs 6, 7, and 8 for Peterson. Brand new ball game. Ohio on top 3-2. The Cats take their chance against the K-artist Taylor. Here's Michael Richardson. Square to bunt. Took a strike. It's 0-1. That was a really good swing, really good contact, really good sound, really good height and out of here for Ohio to take a 3-2 really good lead. There's a strike. It is 0-2. So the moral of the story there, if you're a Bobcat fan, that was really good. 0-2 pitch. Fouled over the, well, just to the left of the central dugout. Isaiah Peterson, probably turning heads within this league. Looks good early. Richardson's a 344 hitter. 0-2, slider outside. It's 1-2. Chippewas the preseason favorites, and Ohio not backing down after losing 3 of 4 last weekend against Bowling Green. 1-2 pitch. Called, strike 3, outside edge, and Richardson gestures to the home plate umpire. That's strikeout number 7. That's the second time Richardson goes down looking. Here's Spencer Harbert. So that's 3 home runs in the series for the Bobcats. 2 last night, 1 today, and here's a guy that hit one of those last night, Harbert. 2 gone, bottom 3, 3-2 Cats. First one's a strike to Harbert. Yeah, multi-run innings are fun. Not so fun on the other side, but 0-1, missed outside. It's 1-1. Harbert, the 3-hole hitter. Taylor exhales, brings it home, and that's flown foul. First base side out of play. One and 2 the count with 2 gone. Bottom 3, Ohio on top 3-2. High. It is 2-2. Hitting room in left center field for Harbert. And the pitch. Pops the mitt. They thought it was a strike. Framed up by Dardis to no avail. 3-2, 2 gone. Some chirping from the Chippewa dugout. The inning started with a easy ground ball to Simpson, and there was an error there. Then a strikeout for Picnic, single Weisenseal, home run Peterson, strikeout Richardson. So Kelly walked the leadoff man in the top of the inning. It didn't come back to burn the Bobs, but that error clipped the Chips. This is fouled back to the screen by Harbert. It's 3-2. So a man reaching base seemed to loosen up the Bobcats in the box. Must be some kind of psychology to that. Payoff pitch, 2 gone, bottom 3. Ohio on top 3-2. Here it is from Taylor. Another fly ball foul and out of play. 7-inning contest, remember. We'll say this a lot this year, but they get late quick. So as you move into bottom of the 3rd, 4th innings, I mean, that's middle innings. Harbert takes over his head as he bent down. It's a walk. So another base runner for the Bobcats, and here's Harry Whitworth-Dukes. Grounded out in the 2nd, hits here now in the 3rd. Now, there aren't a whole lot of crews that do radio on the MAC anymore, but those that are would look at the score here and say, wow, all right, this will be a good series in Athens. Bobcats battling against the Chippewas. Off speed for his strike inside 3rd to Whitworth-Dukes. 0-1 the count. Runner goes to the pitch. Strike, throw down to 2nd, no chance. In there safely is Harbert. The throw was a tad soft from Dardis, with Camilletti taking the throw, and Harbert already had passed by with the feet first slide. This is not a track team for the Bobcats, but well placed. Swing and a miss, strike 3, doesn't matter. That's strikeout number 8. Dukes goes down on strikes, but the Cats pick up 3. Home run, 3-run shot, Isaiah Peterson. Cats leave 1. We're through with 3. 3-2 Cats. This is Bobcat Baseball on AM 1340 WEB. Three-two advantage against Justin Simpson, Zach Hickey, Colton Coca, who had the 2 RBI single in the 2nd. Kelly back on there. Simpson, the left-handed batter, in the pitch. That misses outside. It is 1-0. So 2 for the Chippewas in the 2nd, 3 appropriately for the Bobcats in the 3rd. Somebody's going to score 4 in the 4th. This is popped up, foul ground, towering pop-up into foul territory, 3rd base side, and out of play. 1-1 the count. Just friends and family here at the ballpark today. But baseball teams, as we mentioned, have more players, so more friends and family. Pitch misses low and outside. It's 2-1. That was part of the men's basketball season that was just so weird, broadcasting in empty arenas and just few people there. 2-1 pitch coming. Outside, 3-1. On Simpson. Hickey on deck. Kelly had a leadoff walk in the 3rd, doesn't want to do it again. Fastball strike in the outside edge. It's 3-2. That's what was so cool at the NCAA tournament, just actually having fans there. 500 in Bloomington and a couple thousand at Hinkle. And Kelly just walked the leadoff batter for the second straight inning. Camilletti walked in the third. Simpson walks here in the fourth. He was hit by a pitch in the second, so doesn't have an official at bat yet. Here's Zach Hickey. Yeah, it was just so cool seeing all the Bobcat fans that made the trip to Hinkle Fieldhouse for the second round game against Creighton. Perry Sook, great friend of the university and program, was there. So many others. Bob Wolfinger. Pitch. That missed low, apparently, on a changeup from Kelly to Hickey, who singled in the second. It wasn't a great deal of socializing, but still just good to see everybody. Dave Abram, many others. Hopefully some Jans fans made the trip. Lou Horvath was there and others. 1-0. Outside, it's 2-0. And there was just hopeful cheering. Time called as there'll be a visit on the mound. Mitch Mormon, Ohio's recruiting coordinator and pitching coach, back with the ball club, out to the mound now to have a chat. He sees something in Braxton Kelly's delivery that he wants to fine-tune. 2-0 the count, runner at first, top of the fourth, 3-2 Ohio. But all the cheering in the NCAA tournament for fans that were there, that was like just a champagne bottle that was just shaken and shaken and shaken all year, just to erupt in cheering, seeing a team for the first time. The other cool part about it, too, hopefully you saw the broadcast on TV and we mentioned on the radio, there were probably about 20 Bobcat students that were in the balcony behind the bucket, and they made themselves known as well there. That was awesome. The NCAA did a really nice job with fun facts on the scoreboard about the schools and playing the fight songs and that. The Creighton fans were awesome. I remember them from the Valley. I knew they'd be there. And so Ohio fans and Creighton fans are very, very similar. 2-0 pitch from Kelly. Misses high. It's 3-0. And we'll see if there's any kind of stirring in that Bobcat bullpen. Runner at first, top of the fourth. 3-2 Ohio with the lead on CMU, but a leadoff walk here. Hickey stands in. Left hand, back of the box. Here it is. There's a strike. It's 3-1. Yeah, to play at the Assembly Hall, I've been there before, been to Hinkle before too, but never broadcasted there. Just the other fun parts of the trip. Rob Cornelius and I got to see West Virginia and Syracuse in their second round game at Bankers Life. 3-1. There's a strike. It's 3-2. And it just felt so good to be at a game again. Now, we've been fortunate to be able to see games, but as a fan to be there, have a couple of cocktails beforehand and just enjoy it as fans, that was fun. I think a lot of Bobcat fans follow West Virginia, so we were rooting for the Mountaineers. 3-2. That's sent through the left side hole and into left for a base hit. That's a really good piece of hitting by Zach Hickey. Just dropped the bat head down and took it the other way. Through that left side hole. Runners on first and second now. Here's Colton Coca. Be careful here. He had the 2 RBI single in the second. Now that's the type of hit by Hickey that you know that they had to work on. I mean, all the time in the cage. Situational hitting and just trying to lay the bat head down on it and take it the other way. Well schooled. Kelly's in a little bit of a jam. Nobody out. Top of the fourth. 3-2 Cats in the pitch. Check swing and a breaking ball that drops low. It's 1-0. At the games at Bankers Life Fieldhouse, they had, I think, around 4,000 in there, socially spaced. And if anybody took their mask off, there was an usher that held a sign in front of you that said, please put your mask on. Next one hops in there from Kelly to Coca. It's 2-0, and Braxton Kelly having trouble finding it here in the top of the fourth. Central has 4 hits. Ohio has 2. 3-2 Bobcats, top of the fourth inning here in Athens. Chippewa dugout stirring a bit. 8-hole hitter Coca had the 2 RBI single in the second. Takes a breaking ball strike here. It's 2-1. Simpson at second, Hickey at first. Had a chance to visit with my old broadcast partner, Dave Garrett from Oklahoma City. St. Elmo's was outstanding, one of the nation's premier steakhouses. 2-1, hit to third, fielded by Hafner. On to second, one, throw to first, dug out, got him! Double play! Bang! What a big old play by Hafner to Richardson to Casper Bauer. 5-4-3, second double play of this series, seventh for the Bobcats. Runner at third now. That's Simpson. The throw to second was to the left field side of the bag at second, so if you could picture that. So that made Richardson reach a little bit more, but he had to put a little bit more mustard on that throw to first, and he did. Here's Nick Dardis. This inning's changed quickly. 2 gone, runner at third in the pitch. Misses inside. It's 1-0. I would say most people around the arenas for the games in Indianapolis did have their masks on, but later at night, some of the bars were open in Indianapolis, some of the legendary ones that you know, and, you know, densely packed. 2-0 the count. Got to meet Butler Blue, the Butler Bulldog mascot. He's a good boy. He followed me on Twitter now, which is good. I got to take a couple of laps around the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. 3 laps at the 500. They said it's very rare that they let people drive that, but I did on that Tuesday before heading out of town, and it was as awesome as you think it was. There's a strike from Kelly to Dardis. It is 2-1. 2 gone, runner at third. Top of the fourth, and Ohio on top 3-2. Now, the track president was right in front of me. I was in car 2, and I can tell you, they let us get it up to 85, 90 miles per hour. And with that scale and size of the track, it felt like you were going 20. 2-1, misses inside, looked pretty good. It's 3-1 now on the 9-hole hitter Dardis. With Ohio on top 3-2 in the top of the fourth. Now, we did 60 around the track once. Then you could amp it up a little bit, and the track president gave us basically a driving tour. And when you go over the bricks, the yard of bricks, you feel the rumble. 3-1's a strike. It's 3-2. 2 gone, runner at third. Ohio on top by a run here in the top of the fourth inning on the preseason faves. Big moment here for Braxton Kelly. He walked the leadoff man. Then there was a single. Now then a double play puts a runner at third. Dardis, their catcher, has a 3-2 count on him with 2 gone. And here it is in the dirt, or turf, and it's ball 4. Second walk of the inning. Runners on the corners here, and back topside to Garrett Navarra. Got to take a picture with the Borg Warner Trophy. That's the, I think, next to the Stanley Cup trophy, one of the tallest trophies in sports. The Grey Cup's pretty big, too. Mitch Moorman out to the mound now, and this would be the second visit. 2 gone, runners on the corners, top of the fourth, and an inning continues for CMU. It is 3-2 Ohio. And Braxton Kelly's day is done. Well, he did enough to coax the double play out of Central. Now he's hoping that his bullpen can make sure that Central doesn't score in the top of the fourth. Pitching change here at Bob Wren Stadium. 3-2 Ohio, runners on the corners, 2 gone, top of 4. We'll step aside for 60 seconds. This is Bobcat Baseball on AM 1340. Make it 90 seconds, 90 seconds. This is Bobcat Baseball on AM 1340 WEB.
Bobcat Baseball on WOUB.
Bobcats not messing around. Eddie Cutt back in there after working last night, and a strike is thrown to Navarra. It is 0-1 with 2 gone, and up to second on the play goes Dardis. Ohio did not really pay much mind to him at first. So 2 in scoring position here. And Eddie Cutt in after last night, 3 innings of work. No hits, 6 strikeouts. This is fouled off. It's 0-2 on Garrett Navarra. On at third is Simpson. I'm sorry, on at third is on at third is Simpson. On at second is Dardis. And the 0-2 misses outside. It's 1-2. This is the first time I've kept score. Well, the second time I've kept score in a baseball game, and well, since 2019. So some of the numbers and the lines got to connect a little bit better here moving forward. 1-2, low and outside, 2-2. 2 gone here, top of the fourth. Eddie Cutt in there to cut down the Chippewas. Cutt, the righty, fires. Misses outside. It's 3-2. Bobcats 8-7 on the year. Central Michigan is 2. Bobcats on top 4-2 here in the fourth. 7-inning ball game. Another 7-inning to follow. Payoff pitch, 2 gone. Fouled back over the screen, out of play. Just after the top of the hour in Southeast Ohio. You're listening to Bobcat Baseball on AM 1340 WOUB, Athens, Ohio, USA. On at third is Simpson. Second, Dardis. Navarra, payoff pitch, high, ball 4. Bases loaded now. Don't want to mess around now. Here is Mario Camilletti. We've had a couple of bases loaded situations already in this series. A couple last night for both sides. Bases loaded today. Second time for the Chippewas. 2 gone. Sacks packed. The pitch popped the mitt of Picnic, but it was wide to the left-handed hitter. It's 1-0. So Cutt in, and he'll throw his 8th pitch here. Camilletti flew out in the first, walked in the third. Hits here now in the fourth. The 1-0. High. It's 2-0. And that Chippewa dugout is really active now. Two-0 pitch from Eddie Cutt. Misses up and in. It's 3-0. So trouble here, with Ohio hanging on to a thread-like 1-run lead. 3-0 pitch from Eddie Cutt. Taking all the way is Camilletti, and he takes a strike. It is 3-1. Cutt making his 8th appearance. He's 2-0, has 3 saves. Struck out 22, has now walked 4. Now's walked 5. It's a bases-loaded walk, and we're tied at 3. Scoring from third is Simpson. He'd been at third for a long time. Dardis to third, Navarra to second, Camilletti on with the walk. That is the 4th walk for Bobcat pitching in the inning. Bases remain loaded. Ohio is now tied with CMU at 3. There's 2 gone, so you better end the inning here because Zach Gillis is on deck. Big swing and a miss for Central's 44, Marcy. Jacob Marcy tried to see it over the right center field wall, but he comes up empty. It's 0-1. He grounded out in the first, struck out in the third. Hits here now in the fourth with the sacks packed and the 0-1. Hit on the ground to the right side, underneath. No, knocked down by Casper Bauer. High throw to first with Cutt there, and he tapped on the sack with his right white spike. And the inning is done. Central only gets 1 on a bases-loaded walk. 1 run, 1 hit, No errors, 3 left. We played 3.5. We're tied at 3. It's Ohio and CMU. This is Bobcat Baseball on AM 1340 WOUB. Ohio and Central Michigan back to Bob Wren Stadium. Bottom of the 4th inning's on. Tied at 3, Sebastian Fabic will lead it off for the Cats. It is 5, 6, and 7 for Craig Moore's crew. 1 o'clock game time tomorrow, but there will be most likely some issues with early morning rain. A lot of it is expected. Some severe storms, really bad tornadoes in Alabama the last couple of days. We don't expect that, but we expect rain. Fabic takes a strike. Andrew Taylor probably had to utilize those warm-up pitches pretty good between innings here. He was on that bench for a while. 0-1. Fly ball, right field, has good carry. On the run, Marcy, but he's there, and he makes a head-high catch in front of the green wall to the right of the 380 marker, just in front of the warning track, and that's a fly ball out for Sebastian Fabic. Here's Trevor Hafner. So Fabic 0 for 2 today. Fabic 0 for 3 in the series with 2 walks. Hafner struck out in the second. Taylor has 8 strikeouts. And that was the first fly ball out. There was a ground out earlier, but everything else has been a strikeout. So 2 in play outs and strikeouts. 2-0 the count on Trevor Hafner, Ohio's right-handed hitting third baseman. One gone, bases clear, and the 2-0 pitch. Swing and a miss. Looked to be a heavy fastball coming in. Lechner, Gillis, Marcy in the outfield left to right. Coca, Simpson, Camilletti, Hickey on the infield. This is foul tipped by Hafner. It's 2-2. Battery of Dardis and Andrew Taylor. 2-2 pitch coming. Sweeps low and outside, 3-2. Payoff pitch with 1 gone. Fouled off, first base side, out of play. Taylor now, 64 pitches. Payoff pitch coming again. Fouled off again to the screen. Hitting room in left center field for Hafner, who has 1 homer this year. And the pitch, high and tight, ball 4. Good at bat for Trevor Hafner. So a 1-out walk.
Now batting for the Bobcats, the first baseman, number 2, Colin Casper Bauer.
Casper Bauer's 0 for 1 today. 5 for 33 this year. He did reach on an error. Tied at 3 here in the bottom of the 4th. Runner at first, one gone. The 3-run shot for Peterson in the 3rd gave Ohio a brief 3-2 lead. This is popped up foul, third base side out of play. It's 0-1. Casper Bauer, left-handed batter. Throw to first, chases the runner back. Oh-1, runner holding, hopped in there, and it knocked off a Dardis, and up to second goes Hafner. So Ohio with the go-ahead run, 180 feet away. Wild pitch. One and one to count with one away. Taylor from the stretch. Eyes up Hafner at second. This is hit on the ground to second. Diving pickup. Camilletti gets up, throws to first in time. He seemed to suffocate that ball as he sprinted to his left, got in front of it. That's a nice play. 2 gone, runner at third. So it's up to Tanner Picnic. Picnic struck out in the 3rd. Hits here now with the runner at 3rd. That's Hafner. And the pitch. Misses Lobin outside. It's 1-0. So Ohio already going to the bullpen. Taylor still looks strong. 74 pitches now. Dardis sets up outside with his right leg extended, and it goes through his legs into the backstop on a wild one, and that's how Ohio takes the lead. It just seemed to catch my eye. Hafner scores on the wild pitch. Now, that's not 100% a slam dunk wild pitch. It might be a pass ball too, but either way, Ohio leads at 4-3. Dardis on every pitch does not extend that leg out like Tony Pena, but he did there, and for whatever reason, it caught my eye, and it went kind of through him, and there it is there, and there's the strike. It is 2-1. Now, I mean, he might be doing that. I'll have to take a look at every pitch from here on out. But Ohio leads at 4-3 as Hafner scores. He extends there, 2-1, swing and a miss, 2-2. So he might have been doing it a whole lot, and I just haven't noticed. I know he did it earlier, and he did that last night too. 2-2. This is tapped foul at the plate. We'll do it again at 2-2. So 2 wild ones and a walk, and that's how Ohio takes the lead back. 4-3 here in the 4th, 2 gone, bases empty, 2-2 the count on Tanner Picnic. By any means necessary, legally. 2-2. Fastball outside, 3-2. That's got to feel good for the Bobcat dugout because, you know, Central, to tie the game in the top of the inning, to take the lead right back, their dugout probably felt they should have done more with it. They left the bases loaded. Payoff pitch, swing and a miss. Blew it past Picnic for strikeout number 9 on the day for Taylor. Second time Picnic draws the K. But Ohio gets a run without a hit. A walk and 2 wild pitches, and that's how Ohio scores. 4-3 Cats as we go to the 5th in this 7-inning contest on AM 1340 WOUB.
Everything's duck but the bill.
The home plate umpire gives him a little courtesy and a little extra time as he comes on out to take a couple of warm-up tosses from Eddie Cutt as we go to the 5th in a ball game that Ohio leads 4-3. 4-2-0 for the green and white. 3-4-1 for the maroon and gold of CMU. Eddie Cutt relieved Braxton Kelly. Got out of a jam in the 4th with a key double play. And Zach Gillis will lead it off here. Gillis, their cleanup hitter. Best hitter in the league, flies it foul. Third base side out of play. Count level at a ball and a strike. Gillis singled and scored in the 2nd. He's 1 for 2 today. The pitch from Eddie Cutt. That just missed low. 2-1. Next weekend, it's Toledo. 2-1. Hit on the ground to second. Easy for Richardson. Sucks it up and throws sidearm to first for out number 1. And that's a big out to get Gillis. Here's Drew Lechner. Lechner, the left fielder, 2 strikeouts today. The book on Braxton Kelly, if you're wondering. 3 2/3, 4 runs, 3 2/3, 4 hits, 3 runs all earned, 3 walks. And he struck out 4. 0-1 the count on Lechner, left-handed batting left fielder. 0-1 pitch. There's a strike. Just above the knees, inside edge of the zone. Cut up in the count, 2 strikes and nothing. Tapped foul off the nub of the back to the backstop. Do it again at 0-2. Next one from Kelly. Well outside, 1-2. Kelly brings it back for Lechner. Swinging a foul tip, held on to by Picnic, strike 3. And there's going to be a protest here from Jordan Bischel, the head coach of Central Michigan. He feels that hit the field turf and it was not caught cleanly. They appealed to the third base umpire, and he agrees. He was eyeing it. And there's a difference of opinion here, but the only opinion that matters is the home plate umpire. He did appeal. He did his job. But from the vantage point of the Central Michigan skipper, that was not a caught strike. But it does go down as a swinging strike 3. And that's the 3rd time that Lechner goes down on strikes today. And here's Justin Simpson, who has scored twice, was hit by a pitch and walked. And the first one to him is a ball. It's 1-0. 2 gone, bases clear, top of 5. This is rifled to the screen to the right of the Bobcat dugout. Count level at a ball and a strike. The next one in there and over for a strike. It's 1-2. Ball State leads Toledo now 7-1. That's a final in 7 innings. Next one fouled to the top of the screen. 1-2 the count. Final at Akron. 6-0 Bowling Green wins. Eastern Michigan up early on Western Michigan 7-0. 1-2 called, strike 3. Outside edge to the left-handed batter, and Eddie Cutt cuts down the Chippewas again. They go down in order. We're through with 4.5 in a 7-inning ball game. Bobcats 4, Central Michigan 3. This is Bobcat Baseball on AM 1340 WOUB. Ohio on top 4-3 on Central Michigan. I'm Russ Eisenstein. Adam Rich is in our WOUB studios. We'll be with you for every MAC home game guaranteed this year. The road's going to be a little bit challenging for some series this year, and so we apologize for that, but COVID and such. Joe Weissenseal to lead it off. 9-1-2 scheduled. Ohio on top 4-3, bottom of the fifth. Taylor back on there for Central Michigan. He has 9 strikeouts today. Gave up the 3-run homer to Isaiah Peterson, and then had 2 wild pitches and a walk in the fourth, and that's how Ohio took the lead. And Peterson is on deck. 2-0 the count. Two-0 is high. 3-0 the count. Ohio with 2 hits today. Central has 4. 1 error for the Chippewas, and that was a big one to lead off the third inning because Ohio had a single after that, and then the homer by Peterson. 3-0. Right down Court Street, it's 3-1. Or parlance for Central fans, it would be Mission, I guess, main thoroughfare in town. 3-1, fly ball, right field. Very playable. Marcy comes in about 5 steps and makes a head-high squeeze with the black mitt. And there is out number 1. Here's Isaiah Peterson. This now qualifies as late. Bottom of the fifth in a 7-inning game. Cats in green tops, white pants, maroon shirts for the Chippewas, and gray trousers. Here it is to Peterson, gets under it and pops it up. Third base side now to play. Brad Walker will be on the air tomorrow at around 12:55. First pitch at 1, but stay tuned to figure out if that exactly is the game time because rain could complicate things. 0-1, drops a breaking ball in there for a strike. It's 0-2. One gone, bases empty. Bottom of 5. Taylor has been a K artist today. This one misses up and in. And I've paid attention. I mean, most pitches, if not all of them, Dardis does extend that right leg out. So on the wild pitch, it was not something that wow, he just changed to that. Fly ball to left, has some carry. Going back, Lechner in front of the warning track, makes the catch right in front of the wall. Between the MAC championship years and the 380 marker at that green barrier, it's an 8-foot high wall, and he made the catch as he coasted. There's no cushion there, so it generally would hurt if you slam into it. So 2 fly ball outs. Here's Michael Richardson. So for a while, there wasn't a ball put in play for outs, but we've had a couple more here in the last 2 innings. Richardson is struck out looking twice, and he looks at a fastball outside. It's 1-0. Gentle breeze, wafting Old Glory in right center field. 1-0, same pitch, same result. It's 2-0. Bobcat softball home today against Western Michigan. Bobcat field hockey beat Central Michigan last night, 3-1 at Pruitt Field. Bobcat volleyball has its final regular season game day against Northern Illinois in DeKalb today. 3-0 the count on Richardson. So there's a lot of stuff. Mario Guillen from Bobcat Wrestling went to the NCAA Championships in St. Louis. That was fun. 3-0. There's the strike. It's 3-1. Josh Park recently competed in the NCAA Championships and saw he had the school record in the 10K last night, or yesterday. 3-1. Line drive, right field, coming in Marcy, and he makes the catch. Chest high, one-handed. Had a good read on that sinking line drive, and the Bobcats go down in order in the 5th. We play on to the 6th in this 7-inning contest. It's 4 for Ohio, 3 for CMU. Thank you for listening. This is Bobcat Baseball on AM 1340 WOUB. Eddie Cutt back out there for the Bobcats. We go to the top of the 6th. Zach Hickey, Colton Coca, Nick Dardis scheduled 7, 8, 9 for the Chippewas. And the first one from Eddie is hung in there for a strike. Zipped in there for a strike. It's 0-1. First Sweet 16 game about set to start in Indianapolis. It is Loyola. It is Oregon State. Pitch misses low and outside to Hickey. It is 1-1. Hickey, 2 for 2 today. Went the other way for a really nicely swung single in the 4th. And he takes one low here. It's 2-1. The Loyola story has been awesome. Oregon State story pretty cool too. 2-1. There's a strike. It's 2-2. The Beavers were picked, 12th last? Pac-12. And won their conference tournament. And they are here in the Sweet 16 today. Called strike 3. Hickey really didn't like that call. He points at the plate, has a couple of words for the home plate umpire, and walks back to the dugout now. So the strikeout for Cutt, that's his 3rd, and a big one to lead off the inning. Here's Colton Coca, their 3rd baseman. That Oregon State Loyola game played at Bankers Life Fieldhouse. It's where the Pacers play. Coca takes one high. Had the 2 RBI single in the 2nd, grounded into a double play in the 4th, hits here now in the 6th. Next game up is Villanova and Baylor at Hinkle Fieldhouse. Strike called. 1-1. The last time Nova was there, they were blown out by Butler in the regular season. Baylor, after COVID, starting to find their footing to Sikkim Bears. There's a strike. It's 1-2. Former Bobcat broadcaster Ryan Boyd working the university down at Baylor, doing some work for John Morris, the voice of the Bears now. Saw him at the NCAA tournament. So Bears and Nova coming up. 1-2 the count, 1 gone. Top of the 6th, base is empty, and Ohio leads at 4-3. Cutt wipes to a new pitch, and here it comes. Low and in, 2-2. Oral Roberts and Arkansas later. That's a real regional rev 'em up in the tournament. Fayetteville and Tulsa not far from each other. 2-2, chopped towards 3rd but foul. We'll do it again at 2-2. Then it's Syracuse and Houston tonight. Those are the 4 games played today. So 2 at Bankers Life and 2 at Hinkle. I was in both this past week. Well, it's still this week. It's Saturday. 2-2 the count, 1 gone on Coca, the 8-hole hitter. Here it is. That's fouled at the plate again. We saw Central Michigan basketball in Mount Pleasant this year. Keno Davis, their head coach. They've had some big-time scorers, but couldn't link it all together this year. 2-2, fouled off. Did not qualify for the MAC tournament. See what the future holds for CMU men's basketball. Women's basketball won the MAC tournament again. They beat Ohio in a really good overtime game in the semifinals of the MAC tournament. 2-2 pitch coming. Called strike 3 on the outside edge. He took something off a fastball, and Eddie Cutt fooled Coca a bit. That's 4 strikeouts in a row for Eddie Cutt. After last night striking out 3. Sorry, striking out 6. So that's 9 in 2 appearances against Central Michigan. Bases empty, 2 gone. There's a pinch hitter here. It's Zach Lechner. And he lines one into right center field for a base hit. So Dardis lifted, single on a pinch hit for Zach Lechner. Back topside now to Garrett Navarra, their DH. That's hit number 5 on the day for the Chippewas. Garrett Navarra, strikeout, flyout, walk. Hits here now in the 6th with Ohio on top 4-3. Second game will follow after a 30-minute pause. 4-3 Ohio on the pitch. High chopper towards second. To his right, Richardson goes the short way to Weisenseal for the force out of Lechner, and no problem after the 2-out single. Inning done. We head to the bottom of the 6th. Half inning done. We head to the bottom of the 6th. 4 for Ohio, 3 for Central Michigan. This is Bobcat Baseball on AM 1340 WEB. We'll let you know when we know, but Andrew Taylor is still out there for CMU. Even through everything and giving up the 4 runs, he struck out 9. Spencer Harbert to lead it off. Harbert, Dukes, Fabic scheduled here against Taylor. Stengren in to catch for Lechner now. So the pinch hitter got a single, and now Stengren is in to catch. And the first one to Harbert is low from Taylor. It's 1-0. Fastball pops the mitt, but out of the zone. 2-0. 4-3 Cats. We're in the bottom of the 6th. There's a strike from Taylor. It's 2-1. This is fouled back to the screen. 2-2. 3, 4, and 5 scheduled. Drew Stengren in a catcher out of Fox River Grove, Illinois, northwest suburbs of Chicago. His parents are here. Had a chat with his mother prior to the start of the game. Gave her some food recommendations for her many trips to Mount Pleasant coming up. Very nice, folks. 3-2 the count. Yeah, Fox River Grove, pretty much right next to or near where my parents live now in the northwest suburbs of Chicago. He went to Cary Grove High School. 3-2, fouled back to the screen. We'll do it again. Kids come from all over. Western Michigan has always recruited the Chicagoland area hard. And a lot of Broncos have come from the Chicago suburbs. Payoff pitch called, strike 3. And Harbert threw the bat away. And from this vantage point, that was a good call. That's strikeout 10. Here's Harry Whitwer Dukes. Grounded out in the 2nd. Struck out in the 3rd. Hits here now in the 6th in this 7-inning game. Ohio on top 4-3. And the pitch. There's a strike from Taylor. It's 0-1. Bobcats had 3 in the third on the long one from Peterson. Swing and a miss for Whitworth Dukes. It's 0-2. 1 in the fourth. Central's runs, 2 in the second, 1 in the fourth. Ohio has 2 hits. Central has 5. Lechner stayed in the ball game and is at second now for CMU, if you're wondering. So Camilletti lifted. Zach Lechner in now at second. Swing and a miss. Strike 3, that's back-to-back Ks. That's 11 now for Andrew Taylor. Here's Sebastian Fabic. Fabic struck out and flew out, second and fourth innings. Hits here now and takes one low and outside. It is 1-0. And the pitch. Strike called. 1-1. Bobcats trying to win back-to-back games against the preseason #1 and trying to at least have a split in the series. This is rocketed towards left center field, and it is going to be caught on a dive from left to right. The left fielder Lechner went down and made the play. That was backhanded with his glove basically upright, stuck into the ground, and somehow the ball is stuck in there. And that's the end of the inning. What a play on a line drive by Fabic. We head to the 7th, Ohio on top 4-3 as they try to pump it up here at the Wren. This is Bobcat Baseball on AM 1340 WOUB. Left-handed closer Brett Mann is back into the ballgame for Ohio. In there now to close it out. 4-3 Cats. We're in the top of the 7th inning. Brett Mann is in for Ohio. Set to go against Central Michigan. And it's going to be 2, 3, and 4 in their lineup. Mario Camilletti, actually, he stays in the game as a DH. So Camilletti DHing, and if I'm figuring everything right, well, anyway, it's 2, 3, and 4. Camilletti, Marcy, and Gillis against Brett Manis. The kick and the pitch from the closers, popped up foul, third base side, near where Hafner caught the ball last night, and Fan knocks it down. Oh, and 1. Manis in to close. Left on left in the pitch. Change of pace in there for a strike. It's 0-2. It is a active crowd, albeit not a large crowd, but still fairly active here. Parents and other Bobcat student athletes here. 0-2 called strike 3, and I think Camilletti thought that he called time. The umpire didn't grant it, and now Jordan Bischel comes out of the dugout to say, hey, my guy called time, and apparently it was not awarded, and so that's a strikeout by Brett Manis. And the argument continues. Camilletti turned around and said, hey, I called time, but apparently it was not granted. The umpire doesn't have to grant time. He doesn't have to do it at all. But that's what the argument is, and Manis gets a strikeout. At strikeout 5, Manis trying to pick up his second save. Bischel doesn't like that call, started to walk back to the dugout, turns around, gestures. His player Camilletti does too, and now back to the dugout. So there's one gone here in the 7th, and Central didn't like it at all. Here's the right fielder, Marcy, 274 hitter, who today is 0 for 3. So a strikeout for Manis, and he drops a breaking ball low. It's 1-0. Left on left here. Here it is. Fastball low. 2-0. Ohio on top 4-3. We're in the 7th. A 3-run homer in the ball game for Isaiah Peterson, and then a wild pitch brought in a run. Bouncing ball wide of first, foul. 2-1 the count. This would be big for this ball club, and that's to give credit to Central Michigan. They're picked first in the league for a reason. And if Ohio could take 2 in the first 2, that's huge. 2-1. Misses inside. He tried to chicken wing that. Maybe just slightly. Stick the right arm out, but not exaggerate it. It is a ball. It's 3-1. And the league's best hitters on deck. 3-1. Line drive, right center field. Hit well on the run. Peterson, he's there, and he made the play on a dive from left to right. He had to cover a whole lot of ground on that grass outfield to make the play. The dive was necessary, and he snagged it for out number 2. So here is the league's best hitter with 2 gone in the top of the 7th, and Ohio on top 4-3 on CMU. Manis for Gillis. Swing and a miss. 0-1. Gillis today, 1 for 3. Hitless last night. Manis trying to secure the save. Top of 7, 2 gone, bases empty, fly ball foul, third base side out of play. The Chippewas are down to their final strike. This would be a big win to get with another game to follow today and another one tomorrow. The 0-2, Manis to Gillis, called strike 3. Paint this baby green and white. Ohio wins. Ohio wins. Ohio wins back-to-back ball games over the preseason number 1 in the Mid-American Conference. Final score, Ohio 4, Central Michigan 3. Abbreviated post-game show next. This is Bobcat Baseball on AM 1340 WOUB.
just recently getting win number 9 about a half hour or so ago against the Central Michigan Chippewas and gets their MAC record up to 3-3. Uniforms for today. The visiting Central Michigan Chippewas wearing the burgundy and gold uniforms. So burgundy uniforms with gold lettering and numbering, and the gold caps with gray pants. And for those that elect to wear the pants up to the knees, they will be wearing the burgundy socks for the Central Michigan Chippewas. And for the Bobcats, they are wearing the home hunter green uniforms with black lettering and numbering, and the white pants with a black hat with the green O in the middle of it. And for the starting defense behind Logan Jones for the Bobcats today, and his battery mate will be Mason Minzy for Ohio. And then around the infield from left to right, third baseman Trevor Hafner, the graduate student from Perrysburg, Ohio. Playing shortstop, Joe Weisenseal, the redshirt senior from Strongsville, Ohio. At second base, Traven Funderburg, the senior from Beaver Creek, Ohio. And over at first base will be Colin Kasserbauer, the junior from Sioux City, Iowa. And in the outfield, the left fielder for the Bobcats today, Trevor Lucas. In center will be Isaiah Peterson, a senior from Lincoln, Nebraska. And over in right field, the Lebanon, Ohio native, Sebastian Fabic. So walking up to the plate to lead things off for Central Michigan, Mario Camilletti. Camilletti leads things off, the Oakland College transfer. It's Camilletti entering into this doubleheader day, hitting .220 on the season. And stands in from the left side to face the righty Logan Jones for Ohio. And first pitch of game number 2, today's doubleheader, is grounded up the middle. It'll be a base hit for Camilletti. And Central Michigan starts with their leadoff man on first base to begin this second game of the doubleheader, game 3 of what will be a 4-game series between Ohio and Central Michigan. The Bobcats have been able to take the first 2 games of this series. 5-1 winner last night, and then the 4-3 winner earlier this afternoon in game 1 of the doubleheader. Against Central Michigan, the preseason favorites. So now stepping up to the dish from the left side, Jacob Marcy, the right fielder. Jones's pitch misses on the lower outside corner. 1-0. No one down. Camilletti on first for Central Michigan. Jones will work from the stretch. Glove hip high, kicks and deals, gets the off-speed pitch past Marcy. 1-1. Marcy standing in. The right fielder bats left, hitting .274 so far in the season, slugging percentage of .403. Jones turns, throws to first. Camilletti dives back. Camilletti this season has yet to attempt to steal a base, but he holds off the runner. So Jones from the hip. The pitch bounces in the dirt, gets past the catcher Minzy and heads to the backstop. Camilletti rounds second, an aggressive round, considered going to third, but will walk back to the second base bag. And the passed ball advances the Chippewa into scoring position. Nobody out, 2-1 count, top of the first inning. Central Michigan has a man in scoring position, thanks to the leadoff base hit by Camilletti, and then advances on the passed ball. Jones still from the stretch. The freshman, the off-speed pitch just misses low. He's fallen behind 3-1 to Marcy. Jones in his now 4th start of the season. In his first 3 starts this season, 0-1 record and 13 1/3 innings pitched. He's allowed 10 runs, 9 of which were earned. Gets Marcy to swing through on the off-speed pitch. It's 3-2, full count, nobody out, top of the first inning. On second base is Camilletti for Central Michigan. They're trying to get out to an early lead as they have fallen in the first 2 games to Ohio. Jones takes a quick step off of the rubber. Takes a peek at second base. Kicks and deals. Marcy, ground ball, right side. Funderburg with the play. Throw on to first is in time for the first out. of the top of the first inning in Game 2 of today's doubleheader between Ohio and Central Michigan. Camilletti does advance to third on the ground out. So Central, their possible first run of this Game 2 of the doubleheader, is just 90 feet away. Now stepping up to the plate, Zach Giles, the reigning Mid-American Conference Player of the Week. Giles entering today's doubleheader, hitting over .420 so far on the season. It's the pitch, liner right side, it's foul. Just ahead of it was Giles. Zach Giles, the senior from Chippewa Falls, Wisconsin. And in last night's game, 0 of 4, just one hit in Game 1. So it's been a bit of a tough time for Giles at Bob Wren over the last now 2 days. Swings at the breaking pitch, 0-2. Giles down in the count to Logan Jones. One down, still top of the first inning. Central Michigan with a runner on third. Possible first run of the ball game. Jones from the stretch. Hip high pitch, a big bender that just can't quite drop in the zone. Sits high. Count moves to 1-2. For Logan Jones, 15 strikeouts coming into today's game. Trying to get his first one here against Giles, one of the best hitters in the Mid-American Conference. Jones kicks and deals. Giles with the bloop out to left field. Moving back and making the catch is Lucas. And tagging and scoring is Camilletti. And Central Michigan gets the first run of the ball game. And they lead Ohio 1-0, top of the first. Great execution. Get your leadoff man on, get him over and get him in. And that's exactly what Central Michigan did. Camilletti advanced to second on the passed ball. Moved over to third on a ground out. Then the sacrifice fly for Giles gives him RBI number 17 now of the season. As Jones, who's working from the line now, drops a curveball on the inner half of the plate for Zach Lechner at the dish. First righty Jones has seen this game. Misses inside on the pitch, 1-1. 2 down, top of the first inning. Central Michigan leads Ohio 1-0. Jones works from the wind. The righty offers an off-speed pitch, hits lower outside corner. Ahead in the count, 1-2 against Lechner. So Jones, after allowing a hit to the leadoff man, trying to get out of this first inning with only one run. Give it up, he will. Lechner swings through for strike 3 and out number 3 at the top of the first. And the Bobcat Bats will come up to the dish for the first time in Game 2 of the doubleheader when we return as you're listening to Ohio Bobcat Baseball on AM 1340 WOUB. Central Michigan gains an early lead in the top of the first inning as they lead Ohio 1-0 thanks to a sacrifice fly which brought in Mario Camilletti. And now the Bobcats will come up to the plate for the first time in this game. And they're starting 9. The center fielder Isaiah Peterson will lead things off for Ohio, the senior from Lincoln, Nebraska. Batting in the 2 spot, the third baseman, the graduate student Trevor Hafner from Perrysburg, Ohio. Sebastian Fabic bats third, the Lebanon, Ohio native, playing right field. The designated hitter cleans things up for Ohio. Aaron Levy, the senior from Cincinnati. In the 5 spot, first baseman Colin Kasperbauer, the junior from Sioux City, Iowa. And the battery mate for Logan Jones, the catcher Mason Minzy from Grand Black, Michigan, bats in the 7th spot. Second baseman Traben Funderburg, the senior from Beaver Creek, Ohio, bats 7th in the 8-hole. Trevor Lucas, the redshirt junior from Tustin, California. And in the 9th spot, the shortstop Joe Weisenseal, the redshirt senior from Strongsville, Ohio. And on the mound for the Central Michigan Chippewas is the right-hander from Pontiac, Illinois, a senior, Cameron Brown, as he toes the rubber and will work from the wind to start off the bottom of the 1st inning. So Ohio trails Central Michigan 1-0. First pitch from Brown nails the lower outside corner to the left-handed hitting Isaiah Peterson. 0-1 the count, Brown. Second pitch, bounced over to the right side. First baseman gathers in the toss, even with the slip, gets there in time for the first out of the bottom of the 1st inning. Athletic play there by the first baseman, Zach Hickey, as he slipped on his toss over along the right side. Third of the pitcher, Cameron Brown. Still got the out, though, for Central Michigan. So their defense, Stengren's the catcher. Hickey at first. Second base, Camilletti. The shortstop, Simpson. At third base is Shepherdson. And in the outfield from left to right is Lechner, Giles, and Marcy. So Brown, the right-hander. 1 pitch. Or 2 pitches and 1 out, I should say, as he deals to Trevor Hafner. Misses on the lower outside corner. For Hafner coming into this doubleheader today, batting .276 on the season. As a miss on the lower part of the plate, it's now 2-0 with 1 down, bottom of the 1st inning. Central Michigan leads Ohio 1-0. Hafner, a .276 average, drove in 4. As Brown from the wind, the righty delivers. Hafner, ground ball right up the middle. Excellent play by Brown to extend out the glove. Retrieve the baseball, jog over, underhand toss to first for the 2nd out of the bottom of the 1st inning. 2 down, bottom 1 as Ohio's down 1-0. Fabic steps up to the dish. Fabic in game 1, 0 for 3 with a strikeout. Did Fabic. Drew a pair of walks last night. Was very patient from the plate. The right-handed hitter steps in with 2 down in the bottom of the 1st inning. Brown delivers. Misses low. Ball gets by the catcher and rolls to the backstop. Drew Stengren, the battery mate for Jones in this game. So Fabic, the righty, stands up to the plate. Brown winds and deals. Fastball hits the lower part of the plate, or lower part of the zone, I should say. 1-1, 2 down. Ohio trying to get 3 wins in a row and clinch a series win against the preseason favorites, Central Michigan, today. Brown misses low again, 2-1. As I said, Fabic drew 2 walks last night. Very patient from the plate. As he stands in, 2 down, Ohio down 1-0 after Central scored in the top part of the 1st inning. Brown winds and offers. Fabic bounces it up the middle. Moving back is the shortstop. Throws over to first just in time for out number 3. So 3 up, 3 down for Brown to begin the bottom of the 1st inning. And after 1 inning of play, Central leads Ohio 1-0. You're listening to Ohio Bobcat Baseball on AM 1340 WOUB. And Jones' pitch nails the strike zone, 1-2 to the leadoff batter, Lechner, who went 0 for 3 with 3 strikeouts earlier today in game 1. Jones winds and deals and gets Lechner swinging through for strikeout number 2 of the day for the freshman Logan Jones. 1 down, top of the second inning. Central still leads 1-0. Simpson steps up to the dish, scored a pair of runs after drawing a walk and also struck out earlier today in game 1. Standing in from the left side is Simpson as Jones winds and deals, finds the inner edge, 0-1. Jones really pounding the strike zone early on within this game. As other than the opening hit from Camilletti, haven't seen any other Chippewas reach base so far. Second pitch goes outside this time, 0-2. Jones ahead on Simpson. Justin Simpson came in batting over 300 so far, the sophomore from Orange, California. Jones winds and deals the 0-2, tries to bend it in, just misses a little high, 1-2. Logan Jones in that tall frame, the 6'4", just a freshman getting the start. Winds and offers, fouled off to the left side and out of play. Count remains 1-2. As Justin Simpson in the Dayton series scored a couple of runs as well in back-to-back games of that series. As Jones runs this pitch high and away. Count now 2-2. Simpson staying patient from the dish. Jones, the wind. And the pitch. Gets Simpson swinging through. 2 up, 2 down on strikes for Central Michigan in the top of the second. And Jones up to 3 strikeouts now on the game. So 2 down, top of the first inning. Central still leading 1-0. As Zach Hickey steps up to the plate. The first baseman stands in from the left side. Hickey entering the weekend, .229 batting average, the senior Mount Pleasant native. Hickey hit really well, I should say, earlier on today. As Jones misses outside with the fastball, 1-0, 2 outs, top of the first inning. Hickey, 2 hits and 3 at-bats, and a strikeout as well earlier this afternoon in Game 1, in which Central Michigan fell to Ohio 4-3. Jones winds and offers, misses just upstairs, 2-0. Jones has not fallen behind in too many counts. He's been really attacking the strike zone early on in this game. In what is now the top of the second. Jones kicks and offers. This fastball nails the lower outside corner. 2-1. 2 down, top of the second inning. Ohio trying to win the first 3 games against Central Michigan in this second game of today's doubleheader. Jones winds and offers. Ball lined right up the middle. Excellent piece of hitting by Hickey. Gets Central Michigan their second hit of the afternoon. Hickey lasered that one right up the middle. His now 3rd hit of the day, 3 for 4 in the doubleheader. In this latter game of the 2 played today. So Hickey stands on first base, making his way to the plate. The catcher, Drew Stengren. Stengren did not catch in Game 1, as you will normally see in doubleheaders. It's rare that you'll have the catcher play all 14. Jones offers down low for a strike, 0-1. Stengren, just a freshman, played last night, went 0 for 1. The Fox River Grove, Illinois product. And Jones finds the lower outside, 0-2, 2 down, top of the second inning. Trying to hold off the Central Michigan Chippewa that stands on first. Jones from the stretch. Eyes in, kicks and deals. The bender finds the inside part of the zone. Called strike 3 to end the top of the second inning. Central Michigan leaves the runner on base and still leads Ohio 1-0. Bottom half of the second inning when we return on the home of Ohio Bobcat Baseball, AM 1340 WOUB. One on in the top part of the second inning. Still leads Ohio 1-0 in this game 2 of today's doubleheader for Ohio against Central Michigan. Ohio was able to win the game last night and then game 1 of the doubleheader and trying to clinch the series with a win today. These two teams will be squaring off tomorrow. And Aaron Levy steps up to the dish. Ohio went 3 up, 3 down last inning. So Levy comes in, the cleanup batter, the senior from Cincinnati. Levy did not play in game 1. And Brown from the wind misses low and away, 1-0. Levy, as I mentioned, the senior from Cincinnati. Stands in from the left side of the plate. And lines one right to the first baseman, gets through the glove of Hickey, tosses over to first. Levy dives, and Brown just tags the first base bag in time for out number 1. It's the second time that we've seen Hickey slip over at first base, but excellent glove work as that came rocketing off the bat of Levy. Hickey is able to field it and get the first down to the bottom of the second inning. And Colin Kasperbauer will now step up to the plate from the left side. Kasperbauer, the junior from Sioux City, Iowa. So Brown winds and offers. Kasperbauer grounds it in between the hole of short and third and gives Ohio their first hit of game 2 of this doubleheader. First base runner of the game for Ohio. Comes with 1 down in the bottom of the second inning. And now Minzy will step up to the plate. The Michigan native stands in from the right side. This will be the first time that Brown, the pitcher for Central Michigan, will have to work from the stretch. So standing on first base after the base hit for Kasperbauer. And Brown works a fastball on the lower portion of the zone, 0-1. Minzy started his college career at Texas Tech and then made his way to the junior college route at Wabash Valley before finding a home in Athens. As Brown works it a little too high, 1-1. 1 down, bottom of the second inning. Ohio trailing Central Michigan, but a runner on first base for the first time today for the Cats. They won in game 1 of the doubleheader, 4-3 over Central, the preseason favorites in the Mid-American Conference. Brown kicks and offers. Misses low and away. Count's gone to 2-1. As Minzy did not play in game one of the doubleheader earlier on. Last night for Minzy, though, 1 for 3 and also had a walk with a pair of strikeouts. So standing in from the right side, Brown the righty, kicks and throws over. Sliding back is Casper Bauer for Ohio. Last night, Patty, the pitcher for Central Michigan, the starter, had a couple excellent pickoff moves. Got 2 Bobcats out on pickoffs. As Brown from the stretch delivers, ground ball over to the right side, toss over to second, throw over to 1 in time. 4-6-3 double play to end the second inning as Ohio gets their first hit and base runner of the ball game, but will leave it squandered as no score again for Ohio, and they trail Central Michigan 1-0 after 2 innings of play on the home of Ohio Bobcat Baseball, AM 1340 WOUB. So great to have baseball back as we sit in anticipation of the top of the third inning between Central Michigan and Ohio in game 2 of today's doubleheader. So only going 7 as we make our way to now technically the middle innings of the ball game. Scheduled for 7, but as always, free baseball is certainly on the table. Just a 1-0 lead for the Central Michigan Chippewas, who have fallen in the first 2 games of this 4-game series against Ohio. As Jones toes the rubber for Ohio, and Shepherdson up to the plate for Central Michigan. The righty stands in, and Jones from the line misses high with his first pitch. Aiden Shepherdson, the third baseman for Central Michigan. And Jones, his second pitch, misses low and away. 2-0 the count. Shepherdson has not played in any of the first 2 games yet in this series. Last time we saw action was in Central's last series against Dayton, and Jones misses high and in on the fastball and has fallen behind 3-0 to the leadoff batter of this third inning for Central Michigan. 2 hits so far for the Chippewas as Jones winds and offers and misses high and inside for the walk. First walk of the day Jones has offered in. Has 4 strikeouts, allowed that run back in the first inning. The man at the plate now, Camilletti, who got a base hit, advanced on a wild pitch, moved over to third on the ground out, and then came in to score thanks to the sacrifice fly. So he comes to the plate from the left side with Shepherdson on first base after getting walked to begin the top of the third inning. Camilletti stands in. No hits earlier on today as Jones misses outside. 5 straight balls to begin this third inning for Jones. And that hit earlier on today for Camilletti was also the first hit in this series so far, as he had none last night. So Jones from the stretch with a runner on first base. His pitch just misses upstairs. 2-0. The freshman Jones, who was able to spot the strike zone in the first 2 innings pretty well, now fallen behind to another hitter, 2-0. So Jones eyes in, working from the stretch, kicks and offers. Camilletti flies it over to the left side. Foul territory and out of play. As Jones has now had to work out of the stretch in each of the first 3 innings. Gave up a base hit back in the first, base hit last inning. And now the walk to Shepherdson. Has him working from the stretch. So come set, waist high. Small kick, offers in the bender. That finds its way inside the strike zone. Now evened up the count, 2-2. 1 man on, no one out for Camilletti, who led off the ball game with a base hit. Jones kicks and offers, fastball. Camilletti flies it out towards the left side and out of play to stay alive in the count with nobody out. As this Central Michigan team selected to win the Mid-American Conference, Ohio selected to finish 7th. And the Bobcats now 10-7 on the year with the win last game against Central Michigan. Jones kicks and offers. The bender, Camilletti waits on it, sends it out to left field. Moving over is Lucas, catches it on the run near the foul line over in left field for out number 1 of the 3rd inning. So Camilletti will set down as Marcy steps up to the dish. 0 for 1 in his first at-bat of the game. Still a runner on first in Shepherdson. Ohio now could get out of the inning with a possible double play. Marcy in from the left side of the plate. Jones, the tall righty, the 6'4 freshman. 1 down, top of the 3rd inning. Kicks and offers, fastball rises too high. 1-0. Jones with over 40 pitches now on the game as we are sitting in the top half of the 3rd inning of the 2nd game of the doubleheader. Ohio trying to get the sweep for the day. As Jones turns, throws on to first. Sliding back safely is Shepherdson. Shepherdson on the season, just 1 stolen base attempt, which was unsuccessful. Jones from the stretch, good block by Mincy to keep it in front of him as that fastball went straight into the turf just before reaching home plate. So holds off Shepherdson to first, and the count's now moved 2-0. 1 down, top of the 3rd inning. Central Michigan leading Ohio 1-0. Chips with hits in each of the first 2 innings. Now man on base in the first 3 with the walk. Jones, his 2-0, lined out into right center, drops in for the base hit. And just moving station to station is Shepherdson off the single for Marcy. Now Central with a hit in each of the first 3 innings. Shepherdson advances to second. Now Marcy on first. So runners on first and second for Gillis. Gillis went 1 for 4 in the first game. And then last night, 0 of 4. So 1 of 9. Or I beg your pardon, just still 1 of 8 after the sacrifice fly in his last at-bat, which gave him an RBI. So the MAC Player of the Week stands in from the left side. Runners on first and second. 1 out, top of the 3rd inning. Off-speed pitch works its way inside just above the toes of Gillis. So Gillis with that sacrifice fly gave him RBI number 17 already of the season in just what is now 17 games for the Chippewas. Looks to bunt in the fastball well high and away from Jones. 2-0 the count, 1 down, top of the 3rd inning. Logan Jones in a bit of a predicament in the top of this 3rd frame. Central with runners on first and second, just 1 out. Corners in for Ohio. Jones from the stretch offers in. Gillis pulls back the bunt again. Jones misses outside, 3-0, 1 down. Struggling to find the strike zone is Jones in this third inning. Jones eyes the second, goes to the plate, looking to bunt is Gillis down the third base line, just spins foul. About a quarter of the way down the third base line. It's a 3-1 now the count. Interesting, Gillis goes for the bunt. Such a good hitter and was able to get the sacrifice fly in his last at-bat. But any way to get yourself going, and if that requires laying down a bunt just to get on base, that could help. Counts now 3 balls and 1 strike, 1 down, top of the third inning. Gillis stands back in from the left side, facing the righty Jones. Runners on first and second for Central Michigan. Shepherdson on second, Marcy on first. Fastball hits the inside edge. 3-2. Jones has worked himself back into this count. It's full with just 1 out. This would be a huge out if Jones can get it against Gillis, who already has an RBI on the day thanks to the sacrifice fly. Jones kicks and offers. Liner just past the shortstop. Weisenseal gets into left field, and runners once again just go station to station, and the Chippewas have all the ducks in the pond with the bases loaded and just 1 out on the top of the third inning. Stepping up to the dish is the cleanup hitter, Zach Lechner. Lechner so far today, 0 for 1, struck out in his only at-bat, as Ohio will get a quick mound visit from the pitching coach. For Jones, it's in a real tough spot against the Chippewas, who've had a tough go of it in the first 2 games of this 4-game series, which Ohio has been successful in the first 2. The Chips scored back in the first inning after Camilletti got the base hit, the leadoff hit, that is, for Central Michigan, was able to come around and score. Now Central Michigan with all bases occupied and just 1 out. So the freshman Logan Jones trying to lock in, as he was pitching fairly well before this inning. Just a couple of hits given up. Had 4 strikeouts entering this third inning. Now Central Michigan trying to extend what already is a 1-0 lead. Top of the third, Lechner stands in from the right side facing Jones. Corners stay in for Ohio. Middle infield plays double play depth. Jones remains from the stretch. Breaking pitch finds the lower half of the zone, 0-1. If Jones could get a strikeout here, that would be monumental. Righty on righty matchup. Jones, his 0-1 offering. Fastball, just high, 1-1. Just 1 out for Central Michigan with the bases loaded. Base hit would bring in 1, if not 2. Jones, his pitch, misses outside. Minzy did a good job with the backhands to rescue for Ohio. Now 2-1. With just 1 down. Lechner from the right side. Eyes Jones. Lechner trying to get his 10th RBI now of the season. Already with 9 coming into the doubleheader today. Jones, his pitch. Flied out towards left center field. Ranging over is the center fielder Peterson. Makes the catch. His throw in. And then Ohio will not go to the plate. Coming in to score is Shepherdson. So another sacrifice fly gives Central Michigan another run. And they lead 2-0 in the top of the third inning. No other runner is able to advance. So still remaining on second is Marcy, and Gillis still on first. But a positive out of the situation, it's a second out for Jones in the top of the third. Central now up 2-0. It's up to the dish now is Drew Lechner. Jones, the breaking pitch, finds its way inside, 0-1. would not be all that bad if Jones gets out of this inning with just one run given up, considering there was bases loaded with just one out. Now runners on first and second. Corner still in a touch for Ohio as Lechner looks at another breaking pitch on the lower inside corner. 0-2, 2 down. Logan Jones for Ohio trying to get out of this third inning where the bases were full with only one run given up. Jones locks in, takes a peek over at second. His 0-2 pitch. Breaking ball, gets Lechner looking for strike number 3 and out number 3, the top of the third inning, where Central is able to get one. They leave 2 on, and they're now up 2-0 on Ohio after 2.5 innings of play as you're listening to Ohio Bobcat Baseball on AM 1340 WOUB.
This weekend, this
Going to get a little blown out of proportion as Central Michigan had bases loaded in the top half of the inning, just one out, but a sacrifice fly and then a strikeout gets Jones out of the inning with only one run allowed. Ohio still only down 2-0 with Brown still on the mound for Central Michigan, the right-hander. Just 16 pitches. Funderburg lines it out into right center. Moving over to his left is Giles to make the catch on the move. Route number 1. Good swing by Funderburg, who's getting his first taste of action in this series against Central Michigan. One pitch, one out. Efficiency for Brown. As Lucas will now walk up to the dish. Trevor Lucas, who did not play in game 1 of the doubleheader, but last night 0 for 4, still had an RBI. As Brown's fastball runs too far inside. Past the glove of Stingren. Beg your pardon. And the count's now 1-0 with one out. In the bottom of the third inning, Ohio trails Central Michigan 2-0. Brown from the Y. Fastball almost at the knees of Lucas. 2-0. Ohio just one hit in the ball game so far. Central Michigan 4. Nothing flashy coming out of Brown. In fact, he's yet to record a strikeout. The righty winds and fires. Ground ball, right side. Camilletti retrieves, throws on to first to get Lucas route number 2. Now to step up to the plate in the 9 spot, Phil Weisenseal, the redshirt senior from Strongsville, Ohio. Weisenseal in game 1 of the doubleheader went 1 for 2, ended up coming around and scoring a run. Phil Weisenseal started his career at Penn State. So Brown, the righty, looks in with 2 outs in the bottom of the third. After the Chips were able to get one in the first. Liner up the middle. Weisenseal stays hot from the plate. Drops in the base hit. It's Ohio's second now of the game. And they have a runner on with 2 down as we head back to the top part of the lineup. Isaiah Peterson, the senior, steps up to the dish. It's Ohio now getting their second runner aboard on a second hit. Peterson with a home run in the first game of the doubleheader today, which put Ohio in front at that time being. So Brown from the stretch gets Peterson swinging on the off-speed pitch, 0-1. 2 down, bottom of the third inning. Runner on first base for Ohio. As the hitter in the 1 spot, Isaiah Peterson up at the dish. Batting .368 to begin the season. Already 2 home runs. The Iowa Western transfer looks at strike 2 in the bottom line of the zone. 0-2 the count. Brown trying to work another scoreless inning for Central Michigan. So Peterson in from the left side. Brown comes set, chest high. Look over at first, he'll throw that way. Actually, the throw was a little short. Hickey was unable to pull it in, but didn't get too far away that Weisenseal would be able to advance. So it remains on first in the bottom of the third inning. Central Michigan scored 1 in the top part of this inning. Brown kicks and offers. Ground ball over to second. Camilletti retrieves, throws on to first for out number 3. And the shutout remains for Brown for Central Michigan as the Chips lead the Cats 2-0 after 3 innings of play. So you're listening to the home of Ohio Bobcat baseball on AM 1340 WOUB. Central Michigan leads Ohio 2-0 after 3 innings of play at Bob Wren Stadium in Athens. As Central Michigan has fallen in the first 2 games of this series against Ohio, and what is also the first 2 games of Mid-American Conference play for the Chippewas. But right now, trying to hold on to this lead, possibly improve it, as Simpson begins the inning for Central Michigan. Steps into the left-handed batter's box, and Jones still works for Ohio. His first pitch lined out to the left, out of play. 0-1. Jones, the freshman, got himself into a bit of a jam last inning, but was able to work his way out of it relatively well with all things considered. Bases loaded, just 1 out, was able to get a fly out, which did bring in a run, and then got a strikeout. As Simpson, 1 hopper over to Funderburk, comes up, throws to first in time for out number 1. For the first out of the 4th inning. So Jones still on the mound. And it appears we see a bit of warming up going on in the Ohio pen. No action in the Central pen as Brown for the Chippewas has pitched great today for the Burgundy and Gold. But now standing in is Hickey. 1 for 1 so far today with a base knock. Jones finds lower outside corner, 0-1. One down, top of the fourth inning. Central Michigan leading Ohio 2-0. Ohio took game one of the doubleheader earlier on, and now trail as Jones left the hand a little weird, misses outside, 1-1. Jones has been able to spot that breaking ball in the zone well today. So the righty working for this is now his 60th pitch of the game, and it's in the strike zone, 1-2, one down. So Jones against the left-handed hitting Hickey, the first baseman who slipped a couple of times defensively in the first 2 innings of the game. Looks at a fastball high and away, 2-2. Must have been something about that turf that was a little slippery for Hickey, but either way, luckily, there was no injuries to be had. And Jones, who's tying the count at 2-2 from the windup, his pitch. Grounded over to the right side, right into the Central Michigan dugout. A dugout which has seen an interesting cast of characters over the last few days. And don't see it anymore, but saw someone with a Santa Claus mask, a Dr. Seuss hat as well. But the 2-2 offering runs inside and hits Hickey on the foot. And he sprints on to first base. So Central Michigan, yet again, gets a man on. In all 4 innings now, the Central Michigan Chippewas have been able to put a runner on base. Most of the time they do it with either no outs or just 1 out. So Jones once again will work from the stretch as the catcher Stengren steps up to the plate. Struck out in his only at-bats. Thomas, his pitch, lifted out into right field. Famick runs towards the foul line, makes the catch on the run. Tagging and thinking about advancing over to second was Hickey, but stops midway through and goes back to first as Famick makes the catch for out number 2 in right field. Good hustle by the right fielder as Shepherdson stands up to the plate. Shepherdson in that 9 spot. Stands in from the right side against the righty Jones, who hit Hickey. That's who still stands on first base. Jones throws over. Hickey, with a very small lead, gets back. Good baseball IQ to tag and possibly go there. Famick was ranging over to his left towards the right foul line in right field. Jones, his pitch, runs high and inside up near the elbow of Shepherdson. 1-0. 2 down, top of the 4th inning. Central Michigan leads 2-0. Have a runner on first base. They've been able to put a man on the bases in all 4 innings so far. Jones, breaking ball, finds the outside edge. 1-1. Central Michigan trying to get their first conference win of the season in their first conference series of the year. Jones from the waist offers in the breaking ball yet again, and it finds the lower edge. He's ahead in the count, 1-2. 2 down, top of the 4th. Jones from the stretch comes set at the waist. Kicks and offers his pitch. Just misses. Jones looking for strikeout number 6 of the afternoon. It's now a 2-2 count as Shepherdson stands in from the right side. Hickey on first. Jones's pitch. Shepherdson swings. Popped up towards the right side and into the Central Michigan dugout as Minzy ran out of room. Count remains 2-2. As the Central Michigan Chippewas came into this game hitting as a team .270 with an on-base percentage of .750, and that has been shown throughout, especially in this game too. But Jones, I beg your pardon, trying to leave a runner on. The 3-2 misses high and in. I beg your pardon, the 2-2 misses high and in. Hickey gets the stolen base as he took off, and Minzy elected not to throw down, so now first base is open. Full count, 2 down. Jones's pitch, breaking ball, softly hit out into right center field, moving over, diving, making the catch is Isaiah Peterson. Saves a run as Peterson moves over to his left, leaps into the air to get the catch for out number 3 to end the top of the 4th inning. Central Michigan leaves a man aboard and still leads Ohio 2-0. After 3.5 innings of play, the Bobcat bats step up to the plate, and we return on the home of Ohio baseball, AM 1340 WOUB. Great defensive play by Ohio's center fielder Isaiah Peterson. Makes the diving catch to end the top part of the 4th inning. And the Bobcats now step up to the plate in the bottom half of the 4th, trailing Central Michigan 2-0. Hafner steps up to the plate from the right side to begin this Ohio half of the 4th. As Brown still pitching for Central Michigan. It's been efficient, just 26 pitches in the first 3 innings. Misses low with the fastball, 1-0. Trevor Hafner had his 3-game hitting streak snapped in Game 1 of the doubleheader, and which started at Bowling Green, where he had a pair of multi-hit games. Hafner rockets one on the ground, foul to the left side. Count now 1-1. Hafner 0 for 1 in this game as he steps up to the plate from the right side. The Bobcats trying to clinch a series win in this 4-game series in what now is Game 3. Brown from the wind. Fastball misses low and away. 2-1. Right now, Central leading the Bobcats 2 runs to none. Central's just been able to place runners on base in every single inning. Ohio with just 2 hits. As Hafner looks at the ball low and away, 3-1. As Brown from the wind misses low and in. First walk of the day by Brown. And that'll put Hafner on base to begin the bottom of the 4th inning.
Batting for the Bobcats, the right fielder, number 34, Sebastian.
As Fabic walks up to the plate in Ohio baseball, brought to you by People's Bank. Today's game is supported by People's Bank. Either going in person or online at peoplesbankcorp.com. So Fabic in from the right side, 0 for 1 today, but a runner on first breaks as the Bobcats try to get to their first run of the game, down 2-0. Fastball hits the lower outside corner to the right-handed hitting Fabic. Drew a couple of walks last night. As Brown now from the stretch, Hafner on first base for Ohio, kicks and deals. Fabic looks at it, low and away, 1-1. No one out for the Bobcats in the bottom of the 4th. In what will be just 7 innings today. Doubleheader, both games only going 7 And throw over to first base. Hafner dives back in time. As that was Brown's first walk so far of the afternoon for Central Michigan. And he'll turn, throw yet again. Hafner, not a big lead, dives back in time. So Cameron Brown on the season. That walk is just his 7th that he has allowed. As he works from the stretch, chest high, kicks and deals. Hit and run situation. Fabic swings out towards right field and out of play in foul territory. Counts now 1-2. So Brown ahead in the count, trying to get the first out in the bottom of the 4th inning. As Central Michigan leads Ohio 2-0. As the sun continues to come out. Game started a little gloomy, but sun's starting to come into the sky as Fabic looks at the pitch high. It'll be a ball. Quick pop-up by Stengren. Throw down to first, not in time. Hafner dives back safely as Ohio just tried a hit-and-run situation. Counts now 2 balls, 2 strikes to Sebastian Fabic, the right fielder. Round kicks, Fabic lines it just over the glove of Simpson. And into left center field, Hafner round second, flies into third. Well, he'll be held up. And a base hit for Sebastian Fabic puts runners on the corners for the Bobcats. Go ahead runner. Go ahead batter will step up to the plate for Ohio. Aaron Levy, the cleanup hitter, steps up to the plate with a chance to give Ohio its first run as they trail 2 runs to no runs. So Levy steps in from the left side. Cincinnati, Ohio native. 1 RBI on the season. Tries to make it 2. Looks at a pitch in the zone. 0-1. This is the first time that Ohio has really been on Central Michigan's Brown. They trail 2-0. Runners on first and third. Nobody out for the Bobcats. In what is now the middle part of the game, only playing 7. This is a key opportunity for the Bobcats to get on the starter. Brown misses away, 1-1. As Brown's not thrown a lot of pitches so far coming into this inning. In fact, had just 26 coming into the inning. Has yet to record an out in this bottom of the 4th. Brown's pitch misses, low and away, 2-1. Waiting on deck is Casper Bauer, who does have a hit on the game. Had a base hit earlier on in the ball game. And the lefty Levy still stands in. Fabic on first, Hafner on third. A pitch, bounce to first, the throw home. Now Hafner finds himself in a pickle. Running now down is the third baseman Shepherdson. Throw now to the plate. And the first baseman Hickey's there to tag Hafner out at home. And Levy advances all the way to second. Fabic's able to get all the way to third on the rundown. So it is a fielder's choice for Levy, but the Bobcats now have runners in scoring position. And still only 1 down as Casper Bauer steps up to the plate. As I mentioned, Casper Bauer with a hit earlier on in the ball game. Will try to drive in at least 1, if not 2 runs for Ohio as they trail 2 runs to none. So the first baseman, Casper Bauer, at the plates from the left side. Corners in for Central Michigan. Middle infielders playing at regular depth. 2 RBIs on the season for Casper Bauer. Brown spots the fastball on the outside edge, 0-1. 1 out, bottom of the 4th inning. Bobcats down 2. They've won the first 2 games of this series, trying to make it 3 in a row and clinch the series win. for tomorrow's matinee against the Chippewas. So Brown, the righty, deals to the left-handed hitting Casper Bauer. Fouls it opposite side. Rolls foul. Count remains 0-2. Ohio had runners on first and third and then a fielder's choice in the last at-bat. Got half their out at the plate. But Levy was able to advance to second, and Fabic got all the way to third for the Bobcats. Casper Bauer trying to bring him home. Brown, chest high. Kicks and offers. Misses well, high and away. 1-2. Tried to get Casper Bauer to swing. As now the corners for Central Michigan back to regular depth. Because Central is up 2-0. Would sacrifice an out for a run, it appears. Brown misses well away, a little frustrated with himself after that pitch. 2-2. Got ahead in the count, 0-2. Has missed with a couple of fastballs. Calling Casper Bauer, the Sioux City, Iowa native. Transfer from Iowa Western. Came into this game just 5 for his first 34 at-bats. Does have 2 RBIs on the season. Trying to make it 3, if not 4, with runners on second and third. And Central Michigan will have their pitching coach head to the mound. As today's game is supported by Integrated Services for Behavioral Health. Resources for behavior health online at integratedservices.org. Also, Steak and Shake supports Ohio baseball as steak, burgers, and shakes at 741 East State Street in Athens. And Hugh White, as today's game is supported by Hugh White Family of Dealerships online at visithughwhite.com. 2-2, 1 down, bottom of the fourth. Ohio runners on second and third. They're down 2-0. And Brown yet again misses well outside, 3-2. The count's now been worked full by Colin Casper Bauer, who was down 0-2 in the count. Brown trying to find the outside zone, but has missed now on 3 straight pitches. Brown from the wind. His pitch is low. Casper Bauer fished for it and is able to get the end of the bat on it, foul it straight back. So count remains 3-2. The Bobcats trying to get their first run of the ball game. Runners second and third for Ohio. Not been able to get in a run so far within this game. So Brown, the righty for Central Michigan, kicks and offers. Misses well outside. Casper Bauer draws the walk. Bases are juiced for Ohio. Just 1 out. As Minzy will come up to the plate for Ohio. 0 for 1 on the day, but a prime opportunity to get a run across, if not tied at 2. Ohio down 2-0. Minzy, 5 RBIs on the season. Came into this game hitting .211. So Brown with the bases full. Just 1 out. Kicks and offers. Watches it go outside. 1-0. Brown got ahead against Casper Bauer, but has been unable to find the zone since, with the exception of 1 foul ball by Casper Bauer. Outfield playing a little back. Infield at regular depth. Brown's pitch, ground ball, left side, gets through. Underneath the glove of Stepperson. In comes Fabic around third and flying home for the second run of the game, and Ohio's tied it at 2. Fabic and Levy score. And Mincy gets his 6th and 7th RBIs now of the season and ties it at 2 with Central Michigan. And still runners on first and second for the Bobcats, only 1 out. As Funderburg steps up to the plate from the right side. Tries to keep this Bobcat rally going. Brown still into the game, as there is a righty up in the central pen. Brown, his breaking pitch, finds lower outside corner, 0-1. So Minzy gets the base hit. Stands on first, Casper Bauer on second. Fabic and Levy score for Ohio. And the Bobcats now tied at 2. Bottom of the 4th inning in this 7th inning affair of the second game of the doubleheader. Funderburg fouls it to the right side, out of play. 0-2. So Brown trying to get back in a rhythm. Came into this inning pitching fairly spotless against Ohio. The Bobcats have been able to find his number in this 4th inning. So the righty Funderburg against the right-handed pitching Brown. Brown's 0-2. Funderburg swings through the off-speed pitch for out number 2. That's a big strikeout for Brown. In fact, that's his first of the game. Ohio still threatening as Lucas, the left fielder, stands in. Runner still first and second for Ohio, as Minzy had the 2 RBI single to tie the game at 2. Lucas up to the right side of the plate. Casper Bauer on second. Minzy on first. Brown still from the stretch. Kicks and offers. Breaking pitch. Finds the zone. He's really gone to that pitch now. To the last 2 batters. As he wasn't quite able to spot the fastball where he would have liked. Batters like Minzy and Casper Bauer. But Brown now ahead in the count, 0-1. His pitch. Flied in the air, right side, out of play. Behind the stands here at Bob Wren. Now down on the count, 0-2 is Trevor Lucas. So Brown, the righty, after giving up a 2 RBI single, trying to get back-to-back outs to end the bottom of the 4th. The Bobcats trying to keep the rally going. The 0-2 low. And they'll say he went around, so Brown gets the strikeout to end the bottom of the 4th, but not before the Bobcats put 2 on the scoreboard to tie it at 2. We head into the 5th inning, tied at 2 between Central and Ohio on the home of Ohio Bobcat Baseball, AM 1340 WOUB. as Marcy steps up, looks at a ball that missed low, 1-0. Jones delivers this high pop fly center field. Moving back is Peterson. Just a couple of steps in front of the track. This is a more routine catch for Peterson. No acrobatic movements this time around for the second out. So 2 up, 2 down for Jones as he tries to end the runners on streak for Central Michigan. As the Chippewas have been able to get a runner on in each of the first 4 innings. But in this 5th, 2 up and 2 down. As we see Gillis speaking to the third base coach. As Ohio and Central Michigan are tied at 2. As today's game is supported by McDonald's, 4 Athens County locations. Also supported by GoMart, 8 locations in Southeast Ohio or online at gomart.com. Ohio 2, Central 2. The Bobcats scored 2 in the bottom of the 4th inning. Now Jones trying to work a perfect inning in the top of the 5th. Finds the fastball on the upper outside corner. 0-1. 2 down as Gillis in at the plate. 1 for 1 with an RBI. The reigning MAC Player of the Week has struggled a little bit in Athens over the last now 2 days as Jones misses high, 1-1. Gillis, just 2 hits and a handful of at-bats. As Jones swings, Gillis smashes it to center. Moving back is Peterson, and another routine fly caught by Peterson. He gets all 3 putouts in the top of the 5th inning, and we're tied at 2 between Central and Ohio and Athens as you're listening to Ohio Bobcat Baseball on AM 1340 WOUB. Three up, 3 down for Logan Jones in Ohio in the top of the 5th inning. We remain tied at 2 between Central Michigan and Ohio. The Bobcats scored 2 last inning, and the bats were hot as Cameron Brown stays on the mound for the Chippewas. The right-hander had Ohio's number throughout the first 4 innings, but inning number 5 proved to be a different story. As Ohio trying to win the first 3 games in this 4-game series against the preseason favorites, Central Michigan. Ohio was 7th in the preseason poll. The Bobcats now up to 10-7 on the season. Central Michigan trying not to dip underneath 500 as they are currently 8-8. So Brown from the line, Weisenseal steps in from the right side. Off-speed pitch, just misses inside Weisenseal, who's 1-1 on the day. Weisenseal in the 9 spot. As Brown is pitched, Weisenseal bloops it out into left center field, just gets over the head of the shortstop Simpson. That ranged back, few steps into left field, couldn't quite get to it, and Weisenseal leads it off with a hit for the Bobcats. It's now back-to-back innings that Ohio gets their leadoff man on. And the Bobcats have one on first for Isaiah Peterson. Does not have a hit today, but has certainly made an impact on the game defensively. A pair now of diving catches, including one just at the top of the inning for the first out. Peterson made the diving catch in left center, and then earlier on in the game made a diving catch in right center. So the left-handed hitting Peterson into the left side. Brown's pitch bounced over in foul territory. Retrieved by Hickey. 0-1. Peterson, who did have a blast against Central Michigan already within this series in the first game of the doubleheader. Made a nice impact, the transfer for the Bobcats. Tries to get his first hit of the day, trying to get on base for that matter. So Brown comes set at the chest, kicks and offers, misses low and away. 1-1. Nobody out, runner on first for the Bobcats. That'd be the go-ahead runner. We're now in the second half of this second game of the doubleheader. Only play 7 in doubleheaders. Brown kicks and offers. Peterson launches it out to left into the bullpen of Ohio. Instrumental bullpen. Multiple instruments happening and noises coming out of the bullpen once the Bobcats do something well. Their bullpen there to support. Count now 1-2. No one out. Bottom of the fifth inning. Cats and Chips tied at 2. Brown, his pitch. Just misses low and away. Counts squared at 2. For Isaiah Peterson, who's now just 1 for 10 in this series so far. Or 2 for 10, I beg your pardon. 1 hit last night and then the home run in the first game of the doubleheader. So Browns, 2-2. Fouled out opposite field towards out of play on the left side. Peterson stays alive with Weisenseal on first base. And Cameron Brown, even though he had a lot of pitches last inning, is only up to 56 right now. Was working so efficiently in the first few innings of the ball game. So Brown, his pitch, finds the lower inside corner. Peterson watches it for strike 3. Third strikeout of the afternoon for Cameron Brown. As man that really kicked off the rally last inning will step up to the plate. Trevor Hafner to the dish. Got out at home, but he did lead off by getting on base in his last at-bat. So Brown with 1 down. Weisenseal still on first for the Bobcats. His pitch misses low and away, but Hafner did go around just barely. 0-1. Just 1 out, tied at 2. Ohio trying to take advantage of their leadoff man getting on. Trying to make it 3 in a row now against Central Michigan if they can get on top. The pitch, Hafner fouls it straight back into the netting. 0-2. 2 up now in the Central Michigan bullpen. As I said, Brown's pitch count is not high at all, even though he had a rough inning last inning. So Hafner in from the right side, facing the righty Brown. Weisenseal still remains on first base. Brown, the deep breath, check to first, throw to the plate. Hafner swings through the off-speed pitch. Back-to-back strikeouts by Brown for the second out of the bottom of the fifth inning. And the first of 2 runs that scored last inning. Steps up to the plate, Sebastian Fabic. Fabic with a base hit in his last at-bat. Ended up coming around and scoring. Steps up to the plate with 2 down in the bottom of the fifth. Stands in from the right side. Weisenseal at first base. Brown trying to get out after allowing a leadoff base hit. Throws over to first. Weisenseal slides back in time. Fabic, that was his 10th hit of the season for the senior from Lebanon, Ohio. Brown kicks and offers. Breaking pitch, swoops in for a strike. 0-1. Fabic trying to keep this 5th inning alive and put Ohio in front. The Cats have a righty up in the bullpen. Jones for Ohio, his pitch count was getting a little high. The pitch to Fabic, a fastball, misses low and away. 1-1, 2 down in the bottom of the 5th inning. Ohio trying not to strand the runner on first base after getting a leadoff single from Weisenseal. It's Fabic, who had a hit last inning, tries to go back-to-back. Kicks and offers. Fastball misses high for Brown. 2-1 the count. Fabic earlier on today, 0 for 3 with a strikeout, drew a pair of walks last night. As the go-ahead runner awaits on first base for the green and white. Brown's pitch finds lower outside edge against the right-handed hitting Fabic. Counts now 2-2. Cameron Brown, who is 2-0 on the season when starting on the bump for the Chippewas, tries to keep this game tied against the Cats. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Bottom of the 5th inning. Brown's pitch. Fabic swings, sends it out into right field. Moving back is Marcy onto the track, underneath of it, and makes the catch. So Ohio leaves one on after the leadoff base hit. Still tied at 2 with Central Michigan. So you're listening to Ohio Bobcat Baseball on AM 1340 WOUB. Jones remains on the bump for Ohio. The right-handed freshman, through 5 innings pitched, just 2 runs allowed, 5 strikeouts, 1 walk, 79 total pitches for the freshman. As there is movement in the Ohio pen, but as we enter this penultimate inning, the Bobcats are tied with the Chippewas at 2. As Zach Lechner steps up to the plate from the right side. And the freshman Logan Jones, who had a perfect inning in the 4th, stands tall on the mound. 6'4" is the height of the right-handed pitcher. First pitch, breaking ball, misses low, 1-0. And Jones has pitched well all day. He's only been in 1 jam, and that was bases loaded with 1 out and only allowed 1 run. And has seen some great defensive play out of his center fielder as he spots the fastball in the lower outside corner to the right-handed hitting Lechner. 1-1 out of his center fielder Peterson, who's made a couple of excellent diving catches. In fact, last inning, all 3 putouts went Peterson's way. So Jones is 1-2, runs inside at the ankles, 2-1. Only scheduled to play 7 in the second game of the doubleheader, which game 1 went Ohio's way 4-3. They won last night 5-1. Jones misses high with the fastball. Now a hitter's count for Lechner, who is 0 for 1 on the day. Does have an RBI. So Jones winds and offers. Fastball misses away. Second walked issued by the freshman Logan Jones. Now his 6th of the season. As now Drew Lechner will come up to the plate from the left side against the right-handed pitching Jones. So runner on first for Central. The Chippewas have now been able to put a runner on in 5 of the 6 innings. Last inning was the only inning that they were unable to. As Jones pitches, Lechner goes to bunt, pulls back. As the pitch missed high and away, 1-0. They've always had constant pressure on Jones, but they've only been able to get 2 runs out of it. So Jones yet again from the stretch. Turns, throws to first. Zach Lechner dives back in time. As Drew Lechner 0 for 2 today, 2 strikeouts. Hafner, the third baseman, makes a couple of steps in, anticipating the bunt. Squares the bunt, bunts it straight in front of home plate. Jones gets it, will throw on to first. In time for out number 1. The bunt does advance Zach Lechner over to second base, and now Central Michigan with a runner in scoring position with just 1 out. As the shortstop Simpson makes his way into the left-handed hitter's batter's box. With a runner on second base, Central tied at 2 with Ohio. In game 2 of the day's doubleheader, 3rd game of the series. Jones looks at second, now goes to the plate. As Simpson squared to bunt, pulls back. Jones misses away. Be interesting to see if, I would doubt that they move Simpson to bunt with 1 down. But with what has been a low-scoring game so far, Simpson swings, popped out, left side, out of play, into the Ohio bullpen. Counts now 1-1. So on second base is Zach Lechner. As Simpson in at the plate from the left side. Simpson now on the series is 0 of 6 and has yet to have a hit, has been on base a couple times. As a steal now, attempt throw down, mishandled by Hafner as the throw from Minzy was in the dirt. And Zach Lechner steals third. So for Lechner, that is stolen base number 1 of the season. Had yet to attempt a stolen base so far. So now the go-ahead run for Central Michigan just 90 feet away. As the count's 2-1, 1 out, infield moves in for Ohio. Bobcats trying not to squander this tie game in the top half of the 6th inning. So Jones with a now man on third. Still works from the stretch. Bunt attempt, pulled back as the pitch ran inside. Good block by Minzy as it rolls out towards the third base line. Recovers it. Back to Jones, who walks back. 3-1 count now. Possible safety squeeze scenario for Simpson with just 1 out. Jones, deep breath, kicks and offers. Breaking pitch, misses low and away. In Central Michigan now with runners on the corners with just 1 out in the top of the 6th inning. Stepping up to the plate now is the first baseman, Hickey. Hickey 1 for 1. His reach now on both opportunities at the dish. And we will see a mound visit for Jones, who has runners on the corners for Ohio. As today's game is supported by Larry's Doghouse, serving hot dogs, burgers, and milkshakes since 1972. As the game's tied at 2, and it appears that Logan Jones, his day will come to a close. So relief as Jones heads back to the dugout. His final tally now on the game, 5 1/3, 2 earned, 5 strikeouts and 3 walks, 91 pitches thrown for the freshman. As the game's tied at 2, runners on first and third for Central Michigan will step aside for 60. As the new pitcher for Ohio warms up, we'll introduce him and continue Ohio Bobcat baseball on AM 1340 WOUB. One and two in those 4 starts, 19 innings pitched, 18 hits allowed, 9 runs all earned, 8 walks, and 11 strikeouts for the junior. He steps in a tough spot for the freshman starter Logan Jones, as Central Michigan has runners on first and third, just 1 out. And left-handed hitting Hickey at the plate. Corners in for Ohio, middle infield at double play depth. So Sells, the right-hander, his first pitch to Hickey, who squared to bunt, pulls back. Fastball misses just low. Tied at 2, top of the 6th inning. Central Michigan in prime position to possibly pull ahead in this second game of the doubleheader. The Bobcats have won the first 2 games now of this series. Last night and then earlier today. Sells from the stretch, deals, bunt, right side. Coming up with it is the first baseman. Toss home, not in time, and Central scores. Casper Bauer played it well, and the underhand toss just wasn't in time as Lechner flies home and dives and scores. And Central Michigan now ahead 3-2. Great bunt as well by Hickey, placed right in between the first base line and the pitcher's mound. Made it for a tough play for Ohio. And the Chips now ahead of the Cats, 3-2. Top of the 6th, and they have runners on first and second. So Jones will be credited for that run. So that is now 3 runs, all earned. The runner on second is also he is responsible for, and Simpson. As we will see Rolland pinch hits for Stengren. Rolland coming into this game, 242 average. As he stands in from the right side, so righty on righty matchup. As he comes in, runners on first and second. Rolland, the pinch hitter for Central Michigan. Sells came in relief of Jones, kicks and offers. Fastball misses low and away. 1-0. The preseason favorites ahead of the Bobcats, currently 3-2, top of the 6th inning. Colin Sells sets, waist high. Takes a peek over at second base. And now Rolland asks for time. So Chase Rolland, Jr. from Beale City, Michigan. Played last night and went 1 for 4. As Rolland did not play in game 1 of the doubleheader. So Sells kicks and offers. Fastball finds the lower inside corner to the right-handed hitting Rolland. 1-1. So Central Michigan, who have been able to put runners on in 5 of the now 6 innings, execute so far and still have a chance to do more damage. They're ahead 3-2, just one down. Runners on first and second for Rollin, the pinch hitter. Sells kicks and offers. Rollin flies it behind the press box at Bob Wren. And now Sells is ahead in the count, 1-2. Colin Sells, his last appearance, which was a start, came against Bowling Green on the 21st of March. 5 innings. Did get the loss in that game as he allowed 8 hits, 5 runs, all of which were earned. Did strike out 3 in that contest. So Sells kicks and offers. Pitch runs inside and hits Rollin on the right shin. Bases full for Central Michigan with 1 out. So Central Michigan trying to expand on what is a 3-2 lead. Shepherdson, the third baseman, steps up to the plate. 0 for 1 today. Simpson on third, Hickey on second, Rollin on first. Sells, who came in 2 batters ago, trying to get out of this jam for Ohio, is currently down to Central Michigan 3-2. Pitch from Sells misses low, 1-0. Ohio, who won the first 2 games of this series last night and then earlier on today, are down at the top of the 6th inning where Central Michigan has already brought a runner home. Sells kicks and offers. Bouncing ball left side. Hafner retrieves it in foul territory. And Ohio, with a double play, could certainly get out of this inning with just 1 run allowed as the count goes to 1-1. And that is certainly, would think that's the top of the priority for Sells. Bobcats trying to get that double play to end the top half of this 6th inning. So Sells comes set from the waist. Kicks and deals. Low in the turf. Blocked by Minzy. Minzy's done a nice job of bringing a wall back there. First for Jones and now for Sells. Base is still full, 2-1 the count. Shepherdson at the dish from the right side. Facing the righty, Sells. Sells kicks and pitches. Liner right to the second baseman, Funderburg. Mishandles it, throw to second. The relay to first. Not in time, and Central adds 1 more. Simpson comes in to score for Central Michigan. And Shepherdson gets an RBI on the fielder's choice. And the Chippewas now lead the Bobcats 4-2, top of the 2nd inning. Ohio did get an out, so they now have 2 outs in the top of the 6th. And for Shepherdson, that is his 2nd RBI of the season. So Jones officially, his line is closed. 4 runs given up, all earned. 5 1/3 worked. So Sells offers in, misses low. And casually heading to second base is Shepherdson. As kind of half-heartedly started to steal, and then he thought it was foul and just moved forward. Minzy did not throw down. So the count's 1-0, 2 out. Now both runners in scoring position for Camilletti of Central Michigan. Sells pitch misses away, 2-0. For Camilletti, had a hit to lead off the ball game and has not had one since, just 1 for 3 on the day. As Central put 1 more across. It's now their 2nd of the inning, their first multi-run inning of the ball game. Sells his pitch, misses in the dirt. He's now down to Camilletti 3-0. Ohio is down 4-2. 2 outs in the top of the 6th inning. So Sells, the righty, toes the rubber. Already 10 pitches thrown for the relief man from the junior from Lancaster. Sells misses with the fastball away, and the bases are yet again full for Central Michigan. Brings up Marcy. Marcy 1 for 3 now on the day. He comes with the bases full. 2 outs. Central Michigan's already gotten 2 across in this top of the 6th inning. Marcy stands in from the left side against the righty Sells. Positive is all bases are open to get an out for Ohio, which would end the top half of the inning. Sells delivers. Marcy fouls back and over the press box. 0-1. Marcy at the dish, coming into today's doubleheader, 11 RBIs on the season. Second best for the Chips. Only behind the man that is on deck in Gillis. So Sells just trying to get out of this inning with only 2 runs given up. His 0-1. Nails the lower part of the plate, 0-2. 2 outs, top of the 6th. Bases still full for Central Michigan. They look to expand on this 2-run lead over Ohio. Trying to get their first conference win of the season for the preseason favorites. Sells trying to damage control. The righty, hip high, kicks and offers. Marcy underneath of it to right field. Fabic moves back, looking, and it is out of here. Grand slam for Marcy. And the Chips now ahead of the Cats, 8-2. What a hit for Jacob Marcy. Now up to 15 RBIs on the season. That's his first blast. Second home run of the year for the Chippewas. So Central takes advantage of all opportunities placed in their way in this inning, and are now ahead on Ohio 8-2 in game 2 of the doubleheader. Sells will go back to the line. A fastball just misses outside, 1-0. And for Sells, it's not going to get any easier as Gillis steps up to the plate, the reigning MAC player of the week. He lines it out into center field. Peterson ranges back, makes the catch for out number 3, and that'll do it for the top of the 6th inning. Central Michigan is able to get 6 runs. And most excitingly, the grand slam by Marcy puts the Chips up 8-2 on Ohio. We move to the bottom of the 6th on the home of Bobcat Baseball, AM 1340 WOUB. Big inning by the Central Michigan Chippewas. 6 runs in the top of the 6th inning puts them ahead 8-2 over Ohio. And the preseason favorites are now just 6 outs away from getting their first conference win in their opening conference series against the Bobcats. Cameron Brown still in to pitch for the Chips, as Dardis comes in to catch now for Central Michigan after Rollin pinch hits for Stengren. And Levy will lead things off for Ohio, the left-handed hitting designated hitter, against Brown, the righty. Besides the 4th inning, Ohio has not been able to do much against. Levy grounds it up the middle. Ranging over to his left is Simpson. Throws across the diamond in time for out number 1. Brown is, like I said, except for that fourth inning, pretty much been spotless for Central Michigan. As Colin Kasperbauer, who has a hit on the day, steps up to the plate. Hitting a walk for Kasperbauer. Comes up from the left side. Ohio down 8-2 in the bottom of the sixth. Brown's pitch. Kasperbauer swings, lifts it into left center field. Moving over to his left is Lechner to make the catch for out number 2. 2 quick outs for Ohio. As Minzy steps up to the plate. Mason Minzy, 1 for 2. Had that 2 RBI single in his last at-bat, which at the time tied the game at 2 before Central Michigan blew it open in the top half of the sixth with 6 runs. Now in the bottom half of the inning, Ohio trying to rally together some runs. Brown's pitch in the dirt, 1-0. So Mason Minzy, the catcher, getting his 6th and 7th RBIs with his last swing of the bat. Is ahead in the count, 1-0. 2 outs, bottom of the 6th inning. Central Michigan ahead of Ohio 8-2. As Dardis, the catcher, I believe had some of those rubber pellets that comes from the turf may have entered his eyes. His trainer comes out to give him a look. So Ohio with the turf infield and then natural grass outfield. Appeals that Dardis is all right. As if the job of catching is not hard enough, throwing a couple of rubber pellets in the eyes makes it ever so harder. As Dardis is just in this inning now, as Rollin pinch hit for Stengren, the original starting catcher. Has a strike on the lower portion of the zone. 1 ball, 1 strike, 2 outs. Cameron Brown, the righty, has pitched well in the game, winds and offers. Misses low in the turf, 2-1. Brown, who's 2-0 on the season, pitching. And what is now his 5th appearance, 4th start on the year. Came in with a 5.2 ERA in 19 innings of pitch. Misses low with the pitch. 2-1. So Brown locked in. His pitch nails the lower portion of the plates. Minzy thought it was going to be ball. Scoreboard saying 2-1, but it was actually 3-1 count before that fastball was thrown. So now 3-2, full count, 2 down. The bottom of the 6th. Only playing 7 because of the doubleheader. So Brown, his pitch. Fastball finds the lower outer edge. So 3 up, 3 down for Cameron Brown after Central scores 6 in the top half of the inning. Through 6 innings of play, Central Michigan leads Ohio 8-2. We head into the 7th inning when we return on the home of Ohio Bobcat Baseball, AM 1340 WOUB. Ohio Ohio goes 3 up in 3 down in the bottom part of the 6th inning after allowing 6 in the top to Central Michigan as the Chippewas lead the Bobcats 8-2 heading into the 7th and final inning. Your home of Ohio baseball, AM 1340 WOUB. Brad Walker on the call for you. Adam Rich back in the WOUB studios, making sure we sound all right on the radio waves. Russ Eisenstein had the call for games 1 and 2. And we'll be back on air tomorrow for the 4th and final game of this series against Central Michigan, which the preseason favorites look to possibly add on to this 6-run lead. But a new pitcher on the mound for Ohio, Patrick Straub, the freshman from Aurora, Illinois, stands on the bump. Just his 2nd appearance now of the season. Went 1 1/3 in his only other appearance as he misses with the fastball low and away, which he allowed 2 runs, both of which being earned, 3 hits, 1 walk for the freshman right-handed pitcher. Comes in just trying to keep the deficit at 6 for Ohio and misses inside with the fastball 2-0. To Zach Lechner, who had an RBI on the fielder's choice. As he lines it right up the middle. So now in this game for Central Michigan, they have been able to place runners on in 6 of the 7 innings of this game. So in the 7th and final inning, Central has a runner on first. And multiple times it's their leadoff man that's able to get on. So doing a nice job of getting their foot placed in the right direction. As Drew Lechner now steps up. Left-handed hitter, 0 for 2 on the day, a couple of strikeouts. Straub finds the lower outside edge, 0-1. Zach Lechner stands on first base for Central in the top of the 7th inning. In the 3rd game, what was a 4-game series, which will conclude tomorrow here at Bob Wren Stadium. And by the way, it looks like things are going. Ohio will try to get the series win tomorrow in tomorrow's matinee matchup, but still 3 outs to work with in the bottom half of the inning after the top half of this inning. Foul ball back. Counts now 1-2 with nobody out. So Straub, in his only other appearance for Ohio, came on the road against Morehead State as his pitch is lined right back into the netting, where he went in that 1 1/3 and a 12-9 loss for Ohio. As the Cats got their 10th win earlier on today. Central Michigan, if they can hold on to this lead, will go above the 500 mark. They're currently 8-8. So Straub, the righty, from the stretch, kicks and offers. Misses low. Good pick by Minzy. Counts now 2-2 with nobody out. As Central Michigan was selected as the preseason favorites in the Mid-American Conference this season, but are over their first 2 against Ohio. And a foul straight back by Drew Lechner. Excellent job of battling in this at-bat. So it was Jones that got the start for Ohio. He exited last inning with 2 runners he was still responsible for on. Both of them came in to score. And then Sells also allowed 4 from the grand slam that was hit by Marcy of Central last inning. So Straub misses in the dirt. It's now a full count with nobody out. Runner on first for Central Michigan. The left-handed hitting Drew Lechner in at the dish. Straub offers, and it's tapped just foul behind the batter's boxes. Count remains 3-2. This is a hefty at-bat between Lechner and Straub. Straub kicks and offers. Bouncing ball left side. Hafner plays it off the hop. Throws to second for 1. Vandenberg does not try to relay for 2. But Ohio does get the lead runner for the first down of the 7th inning. So Drew Lechner stays on for the fielder's choice as Simpson steps up to the dish for Central Michigan. So 1 down for Ohio. As Simpson in Central Michigan Still a runner on first as they lead 8-2. Straub's pitch misses outside. 1-0. On the day for Central Michigan, 6 hits to just Ohio's 5. Grand slam, helped out a ton. Simpson lines it out into left center field. That'll drop a few times before hitting the wall. Around third and trying to score is Drew Lechner. He will, and Central adds to what already is a big lead thanks to the RBI double by Simpson. 9-2, Central leads over Ohio. So the Chimps keep improving on this lead. What is for Central almost a much-needed big win after falling to Ohio in the last 2 games. So Hickey steps in from the left side. Now runner on second, still in scoring position, is Simpson with the RBI. As Straub takes a look at second, goes to the plate. Fastball, nails the inner edge. 0-1. For Justin Simpson, it's RBI number 9 now on the season. As he stands on second. In the top of the 7th, just 1 out. Central leads Ohio 9-2. Straub takes a look at second, kicks and offers. Misses low. Hickey swings through. Straub up 0-2 in the count. Central has been able to get a runner on in every inning except 1 today. Now gotten 9 runs across. Just 7 hits, though, for Central, as 4 of the runs came in just 1 swing of the bat, thanks to the grand slam by Marcy. Straub misses low and away, 1-2 to the left-handed hitting Hickey. As the freshman trying to get out of this inning with just 1 run given up, a runner in scoring position for Central Michigan. Straub comes set from the chest. Looks over at second, goes to the plate. Bouncing ball left side into the Ohio dugout. And retrieved off the hop. Getting a slight round of applause. So right now, all things going in the way of Central Michigan in this second game of the doubleheader. After Ohio got the first 2 games of this series. One last night and one earlier on this afternoon. Straub winds and offers. And gets Hickey looking at the bender in the lower portion of the zone for out number 2. First strikeout for Straub. It's also his first strikeout as a Bobcat. So Patrick Straub gets the strikeout and 2 outs. Central still with a runner on second as Dardis now steps up to the plate. Dardis coming in to catch, as he did get the start earlier on today in the first game, a catcher. Straub misses low and away with the fastball, 1-0. Dardis steps in from the right side. Came in after Rollin pinch hit, and Dardis now stepped in defensively. And Dardis, Straub, the right-hander, comes from the hip. Breaking ball drops in the zone, 1-1. 2 outs, top of the 7th inning. Central added on 1 more thanks to a Justin Simpson RBI to go up 9-2. As Straub takes a look in, settles in from the stretch. The righty offers another breaking pitch. This misses just low and away to Nick Dardis, who came into this doubleheader, 2 of 15. The redshirt freshman from Bay City, Michigan. Straub's 2-1 offering, lined right up the middle. That'll work its way into center field, and Simpson flies around third, comes home to score. And Central Michigan's lead is now up to 8. 10-2, and for Nick Dardis, RBI number 4 now of the season. So the runs keep on coming in for the Chippewas, and they're now up 10-2. Now a combined 8 runs in just the last 2 innings. 6 in the 6th and now 2 in the 7th. 2 outs still for Straub, so just 1 more as he misses low to Shepherdson. Shepherdson does have an RBI on the day. Batting in the 9th spot, the third baseman. Standing in from the right side. Rare sight, no batting gloves. As Straub misses away. 2-0. Which you rarely see nowadays in baseball. Players electing not to use batting gloves. So runner on first, 10-2 the score. Ohio down to CMU. Straub misses again with the fastball. He's down in the count, 3-0 with 2 outs. Runner on first for Central Michigan. The preseason favorites have looked solid now over the last 2 innings, scoring a combined 8 runs. To make their total 10 as Straub spots the fastball inside, 3-1. Shepherdson at the dish. Right-handed hitting. This is his first action today. Did not play in the first 2 games of the series. Straub's pitch goes inside, and he's made the count full after falling behind 3-0. Full count, 2 down. Dardis will be on the move, on the pitch. As Ohio just trying to get to the bottom half of the 7th. Straub from the waist. Misses high with the fastball. And walks Shepherdson. So Shepherdson on base with the base on balls. And we will have another pitching change for Ohio as the Bobcats trail the Chippewas 10-2 in the top of the 7th inning. We'll introduce the new pitcher for you when we return on on the home of Ohio Bobcat Baseball, AM 1340 WOUB. Alex Kuster checks into the game for Ohio. So Patrick Straub in his second Bobcat appearance will head back to the dugout. As Kuster into the game, the left-handed senior from Lake Orion, Michigan. On the season, 3 appearances. This will be his 4th. And in those 3 appearances, 6 innings pitched. He's allowed 3 runs, all earned, 6 hits, 1 walk, in 5 strikeouts. Last year in the shortened season, pitched in 6 games and did not allow any earned runs in 11 innings pitched. So Kuster will try to get this final out for Ohio as Straub's is still responsible for the 2 runners on base in Dardis and Shepherdson. Top of the lineup back up for the Chippewas as Camilletti steps in. It'll be a lefty-on-lefty matchup. As Kuster tries to end the away half of the 7th inning. 7th and final inning of the 2nd game of the doubleheader. Lefty offers. Fastball spotted on the upper portion of the zone. 0-1. Gooster kicks and offers, bounces in the dirt. 1-1 the count with 2 down in the top of the 7th inning. Runners on first and second for Central Michigan. They've been able to put 8 across in the last 2 innings. SA liner out into right field, into the right center gap. Takes 2 hops before reaching the wall. Coming into scores 1. Dardis comes in and Shepherdson scores. 2 more runs added to the board for Central Michigan. They're now up 12-2. Both of those runs will be accredited to Straub as his line comes to an end. 2/3 innings pitched, 3 hits, 4 runs all earned, 1 strikeout for Straub. So Kuster allows the 2 RBI double. It's now 12-2 in the top of the 7th inning. Kuster pitches, swinging through his Marcy. Had the grand slam last inning. It's now 2 for 4 with 4 RBIs. Kuster looks in. Eyeballs to the right, kicks and offers the lefty. Swinging through his Marcy. Kuster tries to end this 7th inning. 4 runs coming across the board in this inning for the Chippewas. They had 6 last inning. Kuster, the lefty, the senior, trying to get that 3rd out. He's ahead in the count, 0-2. Looks behind, goes to the plate, and spots it on the lower outside corner for strike number 3. Central adds 4 more to the scoreboard and goes up 12-2 over Ohio. And the Bobcats will come to the plate in the home half of the 7th and re-return on the home of Ohio Bobcat Baseball, AM 1340 WOUB. Final 3 outs in the final inning for Ohio and Central Michigan as the Chippewas have pulled ahead, leading 12-2 over Ohio thanks to 10 runs scored over the course of the last 2 innings. The Bobcats trying to mount a huge comeback in the bottom half of the 7th. Just 7 due to the doubleheader. As we will see a pinch hitter for the Bobcats into the game. Still pitching is Cameron Brown for Central Michigan, trying to go the distance in this shortened affair. So Brown from the wind offers, fouled off for the righty at the plate. Ryan Strittmather, the junior from Vermillion, Ohio. So far on the season, this is Strittmather's first at-bats of the season. Just 2 in the shortened season a year ago. So the pitch from Brown finds the upper portion of the plate. 0-2 to Strittmather in his first at-bat of the year. Stands in from the right side. So Brown winds and delivers and gets the call, 3rd, strike 3 for out number 1 of the 7th inning. And we'll continue the trend of pinch hitting for Ohio. Devontae Washington, redshirt senior from Twinsburg, Ohio, steps up to the plate as he pinch hits for Trevor Lucas. And he rockets one foul over towards the left side with one down. For Washington, this is now his 11th at-bat, just 1 hit in the previous 10. So Ohio trails 12-2, bottom of the 7th. Washington flares it up towards the right side of the infield, and making the catch is Hickey for Central Michigan, and the Bobcats are down to their final out of the ball game. And the third pinch hitter, Noah Weiner, the Murrysville, Pennsylvania native, the redshirt junior, steps up to the dish. From the right side, his second at-bat, did get a hit in his first and only at-bat of the season. So 2 down. Brown trying to get the complete game, or trying to go the complete game and earn his 3rd win of the season, his 5th appearance. So Weiner at the plate and runs inside and hits Weiner, and that made a loud noise. Can't tell if that was all based off of the bone or if it was just the bottom of the bat. Either way, Ohio will continue and keep another pinch hitter as Cole Revels checks in, the Charlotte, North Carolina native. And now his 9th at-bat, 1 for his previous 8. Runner on first for Ohio. They're down 12-2, 2 outs, bottom of the 7th inning. 7th and final. He's only playing 7 because of the doubleheader. Cameron Brown, who has pitched well today for Central Michigan, tries to go all 7. Nobody up in the Central pen. Be a huge relief for Central's pitching, just have 1. As the breaking ball nails the lower outside corner, 0-1. 2 down, runner on first for Ohio. As Weiner got hit by a pitch and fouled off to the back. Ohio down to their final strike. Down 12-2 to the preseason favorites. Ohio, the first winners of the first 2 games of this series, are 1 out away, 1 strike away from dropping this game, and a swing through by Revels, and that'll do it for the ball game. Central Michigan defeats Ohio 12-2 in Game 3 of the series, and they split today's doubleheader 1-1. We'll step aside and have a recap of today's affairs between Ohio and Central Michigan when we return on the home of Ohio Bobcat Baseball, AM 1340 WOUB.